Okay, great. So, good afternoon, everyone. For formality purposes, my name is Jordaina Denton, and I am a first-year law student at the University of the West Indies, Mona. And I will be your tutor today for Sociology Unit 2. So basically, I was instructed to just go through past paper questions, and we'll begin starting from 2020 up to 2020, but 2019, sorry, to 2023. Yes, I hope that's okay. Again, we'll be going up to starting a bit later than anticipated. 6:15, no, not 6:15, 6:17, like we started at 3:17 p.m. Okay, so I wanted to know, is there a specific module that you guys are more comfortable with than the other, in the sense that, is there a module that you're least comfortable with out of the three modules? And if so, could you indicate, or it doesn't matter?
Module 1, about development and so on.
I'm just kind of seeing like a mix between the three modules. So I think I can just start from the top because we're gonna go through all of them anyways. So, but yeah. So I would like this session to be interactive. I really would appreciate it if it's interactive. So yeah. Can everyone see my screen properly? As in you can read what's on the screen? Okay,
Yes,
great.
if you zoom in a little, please. Thank you.
Okay, we'll do. I think. Is this better? In terms of zooming in, is it better for you guys to see it now? Can you guys see it now?
Yes. Yes, miss.
Okay, great. So this is from the 2019 paper. So section A is, module 1, which speaks to population and development. So it states Marxist theorists are of the view that population growth and capitalism are interrelated, and that for one to occur, the other must be present. Critically evaluate the Marxist perspective on population growth and capitalism in relation to the realities of the Caribbean. So for this, you're basically, they're asking you to critically evaluate the Marxist theory on population, on population growth. That's overall what they're asking to do. So for this, so we're basically going to do outlines, by the way. So it's not going to be like the full essay, it's going to be like the outline, so you can see what you're supposed to do. So you just can see what you're supposed to do. So yes, and I hope that's okay. If you guys have any questions, feel free to ask them. So I wanted to ask you guys, So aside from what I stated, how do you think you should answer this question? Just like a brief run through how you think you should answer this question.
Well, first you state was population growth, and then you discuss the Marxist perspective, like what the Marxists believe in terms of population and so forth. And then when you state all the positives of the Marxist perspective, you can bring in like criticisms in terms of adding in another theory.
Yeah, that's pretty good. That's pretty good, to be honest with you. Yeah, so basically what you're gonna do is, like you said, so we're gonna also, I can't see who spoke the names, so my apologies for not referring to you by your name, hon. But yeah, so basically you're gonna define population, so you're gonna, let me do it in a bullet point. So you're gonna define, I don't like this one. You're gonna essentially define population, which is, just basically the number of people in an area. That's essentially what it is. If you want to give like a more in-depth definition, then you're free to do that. But population is basically a number of inhabitants, like an area. Yeah. So then you're going to go, and this is all in the introduction, by the way. Let me separate it. Intro. You're gonna define population, and you're going to basically give just a brief overview on the Marxist perspective. So what do you guys know about the Marxist perspective in terms of population? What do you know about that? It's just like a brief overview.
The Marxists believe that, well, basically the Marxists didn't really have a perspective. They were just criticizing the Malthusian theory, and that's how their perspective was brought around. And the Marxists were basically saying that like overpopulation there's not really a problem with overpopulation. There's a problem with the capitalist societies with resources, and that they don't distribute the resources. And basically they talk about how in terms of
I understand what you're saying. But I think what you're saying in terms of, repeat please.
No, I'm saying, can I interject?
Oh, sure.
Okay, so yes, we understand that the Marxist perspective critiques a lot of what Malthus said in his theory, but I think today also provides some mechanization as to why there's population growth overall, right? So the Marxists argue under three tenets: capital expansion and accumulation and surplus, the reserve labor force, and then the competition for scarce positions. We understand that capital accumulation is where the capitalists earn a surplus. It is their interest to earn surplus profits, right? So having wait, sorry. So having basically after having spent a certain amount of money, they can gain back more. All right, so let me look at it this way: capital accumulation and surplus. We have the capital is spending a certain amount of money on wages, materials to produce to produce whatever they are producing, and it is in their interest to earn, for people to labor and for them to earn more than what they spent. So it is increasing their profit margins as they go along. And they're saying that this greed and avarice on the part of the capitalists is what is contributing to overpopulation, or what is exacerbating overpopulation in certain societies. It says it is in their best interest to have a reserve labor force, which is encouraging people to our people are encouraged to have children, especially in those societies back then, because it would equal more workers and it would equal more wages or more income for the family. They say when they have a large unemployed labor force is where labor becomes cheap, and they can determine the price of labor on the market. So we know that for, for, for a certain position in society, a million people can fill it, right? It is in their best interest to ensure that a million people can fill it, but only like 20, because it is going to look as though the position is so scarce, and that leads into the competition for scarce positions now. People are competing for the resources in society, and and it becomes a dog eat dog fight. And the capitalists can manage that and ensure that they have control over the labor that is available.
Yeah, so that's pretty much it. You guys are both right. But you see, guys are explaining a lot for the introduction, right? So you want to do just like again, give like a brief overview. So you state that it's essentially Marxism is based on the work of economists and sociologists Karl Marx, and you just give like, and then you state like essentially what this theory, argues. It argues that the population is made up of made up two groups. It's not my open. You have the bourgeoisie and the proletariat. Right? And so essentially what the perspective states is that the forces of production are owned and operated by a small group of wealthy of a small capitalist group called bourgeoisie, who dominates the relations of production by exploiting the working class, otherwise known as the proletariat. So I'll tap that. And then after you say what I just said a while ago, you'd go into like the key parts of it. So you'd mention that Marx argued that population growth is class rate. Well, actually, in the introduction, yeah, you just give like a brief pointer onto like what he argued. So you'd mention that he argued that population growth is class related, and that the working class, but all that is in the body. So you just give like a brief summary of what he argued in terms of population. So you could mention, and even then, I don't really think you necessarily have to put that in the introduction. So you could just just give the brief overview. Then you state that overall, he stated that population growth is directly linked to capitalism. You'd mention the fact that he stated that in the sense that the working class is encouraged to have as many children as possible to create a supply of labor for the bourgeoisie. And then you just go into the fact that you critically evaluate the Marxist perspective you know, you state that you're critically evaluating the Marxist perspective. In relation to that, then you'd also speak about the other theories that you'd want to mention. You guys understand what I'm saying? Is it not clear? Okay, great. Let me just type what I just said a while ago. Give me a quick second. Also, I'll be sharing this doc with you guys. That's why I want to type out everything.
Miss, if you're talking, we can't hear you.
I was just typing it out. I was just typing it out. But I wasn't saying anything. I was just typing it out. But yeah. Then you're going to, after that, you're going to state that Marx argued that, you know, population is class related. And yeah, encourage proletariat to have as many children as possible. So, the supply of labor. Leading leading to overpopulation, right? Then you'd basically go to the fact that they say they'll critically discuss this. And the reason why I said that you don't necessarily have to go too deep into the points is due to the fact that if you start, so you guys are hearing me now, right? To be correct.
Yes, yes.
Okay, so I'll say the reason why I wouldn't necessarily recommend going too deep into the points of the perspective is mainly due to the fact that what you don't want a long introduction. You don't want an exceptionally long introduction, so that I also don't want to be continuously repeating yourself in the body paragraph from what you said in the introduction. Because if you look at what's going on in the Marxist perspective, if you're there and you go into it too much, you're basically going to give out the whole of your body paragraph. So that's why I was saying, you just give like a brief overview, just give like a brief overview. Then, so then the last sentence would be a thesis. It would basically say that body of this essay, will critically evaluate the Marxist perspective on population growth and capitalism in relation to the realities of the Caribbean region. And then you'd also want to mention the perspectives that you're using. You'd also want to mention the perspectives that you're using. So what perspective do you guys think could be applicable here?
The Malthusian and Neo-Malthusian theory.
Mm-hmm. Yes, I agree. So, the body of this essay view. Then, yeah, I'm just gonna. Okay, so then we're going into body. And so this is basically when you look at, you're going to critically evaluate right here. So you would go into the first part, further substantiate the Marxist perspective here. So you'd mention the fact that Marx argued that, I stated that population growth is class related. So you'd also mention the fact that he argued that capital accumulation is dependent upon the supply of labor. This is where you just say that. Capital. Point one. John. Labor. It go into what this means. So you just kind of like go into what this means. You'd state the fact that, overpopulation works for the bourgeoisie minority at a relatively, that basically, essentially what you state here is that overpopulated class works for the bourgeoisie minority at a relatively low wage, producing benefit or profit for the bourgeoisie called surplus value. So that's where you'd mention that. You'd mention surplus value here, value here. So then you just go into that by stating that, well, just to be interactive, what would you say as a supporting sentence for this? For point one. What would you say as a supporting sentence for point one?
Repeat that, please, miss.
Well said. What would you say to support this sentence? I'll just tell you guys what I would say. So I'd go into the fact of the point being reserve army of labor, a reserve army of labor. So what you would state here is that basically you further substantiate the reserve army of labor, which would refer to a surplus population of the proletariat that is exploited by the capitalists. Then you would also mention the fact that they lack bargaining power and skill in terms of business and career options, and they don't really have any other choice outside but to work for the bourgeoisie. And so they end up having to endure poor working conditions. And then in order to afford a decent standard of living, right? So you'd mention that. And then you'd probably speak about the reason why you would need this. So like Joshua stated, I think that's it. So Joshua stated, he mentioned that basically the bourgeoisie manipulate the proletariats that have a lot of children because they need as much money as possible. So that's how they get the reserve army of labor. So the bourgeoisie encourage the proletariat to have, and these are just the essay outlines, guys, to have as many children as possible. so that they can, so that the family can get as much money as possible, but yeah, as possible. So you'd say that, and now you'd also, but yeah. So that is like point one for capitalism. You guys get that? Or do you want me to like type out more for it? Or this okay? Guys, are you guys hearing me? Okay, I'll just go into the next point. Then you would mention that the reserve army of labor provide a market consumption goods. There's accumulation in that you basically mention essential to substantiate it. You basically mention the fact. So basically, you have the proletariats. They're doing the majority of the work, right? They're making these products. So these products that they make are then sold to them. These products that they make are then sold to them, you know, and so these are the people that are continuously just like benefiting the bourgeoisie. So they do labor, at low wages. Then they do labor at low wages. Then they buy the product that their labor, you know, was used to create. And so all of that just aids in the benefits of the bourgeoisie. Also, you know, my apologies for not mentioning this. I think you should find capitalism. Yeah. You basically you define capitalism up there. You know, you guys know what capitalism is basically, you know, an economic system. Are you guys hearing me? Sorry. Are you guys hearing me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, great. So yeah, so you define capitalism up here after you give population. My apologies for not doing that. So then you reserve, so you mentioned the point to reserve army of labor provides a market for consumption of goods sold by the bourgeoisie. You mentioned the fact that it's their labor that's used to create the products. Proletariat labor used to create product. Their money from their wages are used to buy products. They were created. And so then now you have point three, which is essentially that, you know, the bourgeoisie can manipulate the reserve army of labor, right? So you have it manipulated in the sense of supply and demand. You'd mention that demand of bourgeoisie So in the sense that it was supply and demand. So where there's an influx in supply of labor, the principle of supply and demand will apply. So yeah. I'm just trying to type it out. Labor. Principle. But yeah. Oh, I just realized that we didn't type definition for capitalism. What do you guys think the definition of capitalism is, before I type it out? Because, just to get you guys, just so you guys are just sitting down and watching me type. Are you guys hearing me, by the way?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, what is the definition of capitalism, just so I can type it out before I type it out?
It's where the economic system of a country is owned by the private business owners who contribute most to it are the rich.
Okay, yeah, so that's essentially what it is. So it's basically an economic and political system in which the country's trade and industry are controlled by private owners for profit. So that's essentially it. So it's basically you have the private ownership of land and businesses. Yeah, that's essentially it. So that's just a brief definition. Also, guys, is everything clear to you all, or do you guys need me to expound more?
Everything is clear so far.
Okay, great. People. Yeah, emphasize that as a result, there will be position. So, levels. Okay, so so there are two ways how to move on from here. So you have some people who provide the merits in different paragraphs, right? But then you also have some people that provide the merits in the same paragraph. I'm usually a person that does it in the same paragraph, but for the purposes of just like explaining, I can do it in a separate paragraph. At least the explanation in a separate paragraph. they have the merit here, at least the further explanation and sense. Well, I'm going to do merits and critiques. Okay. So for the first one, you would mention the fact that for the first point, are you guys following?
Yes.
Okay. So you'd mentioned the fact that it is in fact, correct. For the first point and for the third point, I think that you could just easily mention BPOs and PNCs and MNCs, which basically have high turnover rates. Essentially, you'd mention the fact that you have more people and businesses. So you'll always have people looking for work. So basically, and this is an important part, because essentially the argument that Marx tries to present is that these positions are scarce, right? That's what you see in the third point. So you see that these positions are scarce. So because of that, these people, they'll endure a lot of things just so that they can keep the position and provide for their families, right? So that's why I put this point here, that there are more people than businesses. So you'll always have people needing to look for work, because the people that are present on earth outweigh the number of businesses. So because of that, these businesses, especially like if you look at BPOs, they tend to treat these people in and every kind of way. They end up in poor working conditions. A lot of them end up getting minimum wage for the sole fact that they don't really have other options, to be honest with you. A lot of the time they don't have other options. So yeah. Is there a point that somebody else would like to add for the body that you didn't think I would have added in it? Or is everything okay? But at least for the first paragraph here. No? So is everything okay in this part? Just to clarify.
Sorry, just to ask a question
Yes,
about the points in the bodies. Could you have added the distribution of wealth? Not wealth, but the distribution of food and resources, and how the bourgeois does influence and manipulate that as well?
I mean, yes, kind of, but this is focused mainly in terms of This is focused mainly in terms of capitalism. So you could add it, but it wouldn't necessarily be of much benefit for this particular situation, because you're looking at it in terms of like capitalism, not necessarily in terms of like the wide range. But if you want to add it, you could. But yeah, so in this, you have more people than businesses, so you always have people looking for work. The second point, they create products. Yeah, I think that's pretty self-explanatory. Supply and demand, also pretty self-explanatory. So then in the sense, you'd critique it now with the Malthusian theory. So you talk about, you guys, I'm pretty sure we all kind of know what the Malthusian theory is. It was developed by Thomas Malthus, a clergyman, and English clergyman. He articulated argued that the population Alright. Yeah. Do you guys want to add anything else in terms of the brief overview from Malthusian theory? Because mine, we're not going to like fully, so with that in mind, you're not really going to like give full substantiation in terms of the Malthusian theory. Because remember, this essay is not necessarily about that. So yeah, do you guys want to add anything else? Or
He believes that poor people were the cause of overpopulation.
yeah, you could. So you would use it in terms of like, what do you use it in terms for? Which point would you use it in terms for?
Point one.
Repeat.
Point one.
Yeah. So you use it in terms of point one. So you'd mention the fact that the argument of a reserve army of labor is somewhat supported in the Malthusian theory as the proletariat is a poor working good. In class, which also argues would be the would be the poor. Oh, okay. So, yeah. You see how that works? You guys understand what I'm saying? Because remember, in Malthusian theory, he stated essentially that he, let me just clarify because I heard you. But yeah, so he's basically stating in Malthusian theory that we're supposed to get rid of poor laws, and because he felt that they benefited the poor, they gave benefit to poor people, and so because of that, they tended to have many children and contribute to overpopulation, right? So you guys kind of see where I'm going with this one here, or no? Guys, are you guys hearing me? You guys seeing where I'm trying to go here?
Yes.
Okay, great. But then, you'd critique this. And how would you critique it? Yes. It doesn't have to be like that theory, but how would you critique this part here? Okay, let me just mention. So to critique that, even though you gave it substance, so to critique that, you'd mention the fact that the birth rate for like a given territory has decreased. Well, you could even mention globally, but I would mention for territory. And for that, I have a statistic. Let me find it because I can't remember it like from my head right now. But you would mention the fact that Jamaica's crude birth rate has declined, right? So capitalism is still happening. So the point of that, statement is essentially to show the fact that capitalism is happening, but that the birth rate is declining. So it's not necessarily the fact that the bourgeoisie is controlling population growth. So you'd mention that there's a deficit in the argument. So you'd mention the fact that if you let me put this down here, just like if you see in argument as birth rate, but yeah, it has declined. I'd mentioned the fact that it has declined. So therefore, you just essentially have an argument against the point to state that capitalism, that for population growth to occur, capitalism must be present, because we still in our world, Jamaica's a capitalist system, but our birth rate is dramatically declining. So you guys see where I'm trying to go there? Are you guys following? Is it clear to you all, or do I need to explain some more?
Yes.
Okay, great. So yes, just to repeat, the point is essentially that Jamaica is still a capitalist, system, capitalist system, sorry, but our birth rate is declining. So therefore, let me just show this what is the argument? Oh, sorry. That's what population growth occur. And also what you could also use to rebut this, I think, instead of the neo-Malthusian theory, well, I mean, in addition probably to the neo-Malthusian theory, you could mention the fact that in the demographic transition model, wow, wow, I can be fast. You guys are going to even that in the demographic transition model, that in the first stage, which is the high fluctuation, or fluctuating stage. I'm talking about. Well, this is population. Well, I mean, I wouldn't, no, not the first stage. I would probably say the early expanding stage. Probably mention the early expanding stage. in stage, early expanding stage. Well, not changing. Okay. Application. Oh yeah. So this would be in support. Yeah. Why would I? No, this would be so many. So no, okay. Give me a second. So this would be in support of capitalism occurring and allowing for population growth. Because as you guys can see in the industrial society, as you guys would know, industrialization is like a huge part for capitalism. And so as you would see in the demographic transition model in the early stage, where it's the industrial era, there is an increase in the population, which is brought on by the industrialization, which was brought on by capitalism. Do you guys see what I'm saying? Do you guys get the link here? In this part, the point of this being here. So basically, industrialization, it was brought on by capitalism, right? And so this being brought on by capitalism, it had allowed for improvements in sanitization, in medical techniques that allowed for an increase in life expectancies and a decrease in the infant mortality rate. And so because of that, so there's a decrease in death happening, and there's still a high increase in birth, but there's a high rate of births. And so because of that, you have population growth. So you guys see what I'm trying to say here? You guys get the link how this would be in support of the fact that of the original argument, or no?
Miss, could you repeat, please?
Okay. Okay. So basically what I'm trying to say is that in the demographic, so to support the argument that population growth and capitalism are interrelated, right? Are interrelated. What you would say is you'd substantiate it also using the demographic transition model, right? So you have the fact that in the second stage, which is the early expansion or early expanding stage, so you have due to industrialization, which is brought on, which is a tool of capitalism. So because bear in mind, at this point, the reason for industrialization is due to the fact is to like basically allow and to benefit capitalism or to benefit the capitalist society. So because of that, in the demographic transition model, which is the industrialization era, or otherwise known as the industrial era, what you would have is an improvement in modern technology or medical technology or techniques that would allow for an increase in life expectancy, essentially reducing the death rate. Meanwhile, you still have a high birth rate, which would allow for population growth. So using the second stage of the demographic transition model, you would showcase that due to capitalism bringing on industrialization, which brought all of these benefits, which allowed for population growth, you show how that supports the original argument that Marx was trying to say, that for one to occur, you must have the other one. So in this case, because of capitalism, which brought on industrialization, there was population growth. So that's how it supports the argument that Marx was trying to make. Do you guys see what I'm trying to say here? Or do I need to like probably say it simpler?
Just to make sure, can you say it simpler, please?
Okay. What I mean is that, so you know the demographic transition model, right? Industrialization was brought on due to capitalism, right? So essentially the argument is capitalism led to industrialization, which led to population growth. Are you guys seeing it here based off of what I'm saying here?
Yes.
Okay, great. Let me go in the chat. Okay, great. So that's basically what you'd say to substantiate the point, right? That's what you'd say to substantiate the point. But then no, you would also mention that in let me put underneath it, that in I believe it's the fourth stage of the model, but you know, just to get it allowed to be interactive. Where do you guys think I'm going with this? Where do you think I'm going with this about the first stage, which is low fluctuation? And I even also mention the fifth stage, the unofficial fifth stage, which is low fluctuation and decline respectively. Where do you guys think I'm going with this?
There's low birth rates and death rates.
Repeat, please.
There's low birth rate,
Yeah, essentially.
death rates. So like people, well, back then when like in the first stage where people were like living in a type of like not industrialized society, they had to have like 10 and 11 children to get by, and because there was an increase in death rates, people had to have a lot of children. But now in today's generation, now it's more, people tend to have less children.
But I was thinking mainly in this, you're right, but I was thinking mainly in the sense of like capitalism. So you would also, so what you would do is to critique it. So this is basically the critiquing, right? To critique it, you would state that in the fourth and fifth stage, these are basically characterized by like high significant, it's characterized by significant, industrialization. You have increased urbanization. You have which are all basically characteristics of capitalism. So in these societies where the fourth and fifth stage would be taking place in, you'd be in a capitalist society. So you'd be in a highly capitalist society. So let me just type that. So in the society of society where the studies stages are taking place with capitalist. And then you see like the features of, you know, a capitalist society. So you have significant, typing too fast, significant industrialization. You'd also have increased urbanization. And you know, you also have improved healthcare and greater access to education. Get all of that jazz, but you get point. But in the societies that are highly capitalist, you're seeing low birth rates, right? You're seeing a reduction in the population growth, but they're still capitalist, but it's still a capitalist society. So it's not necessarily, so you'd link that to the fact that you'd be saying that population growth, capitalism and population growth aren't necessarily interrelated. So it could, so yeah, there's merits, but it's not necessarily that one controls the other, because we're seeing the presence of capitalism in these societies, but we're not seeing population growth. You guys get what I'm trying to say? You guys see the link that I'm trying to create here? Yes.
Yes.
Yeah. So that's basically, so you're seeing a highly capitalist society. Yeah. And guys, again, you know, these are what I have here. These are not necessarily like the full points. So you'd be linking somewhere. That's why I kept going back up. So you'd be linking somewhere in your full point. I'm just giving like the points. I'm just giving like the point. So you'd be linking. So for example, the way how I would write an essay, I would have these two parts combined into like, well, throughout the essay. So for example, I wouldn't have the points, all of them just in one paragraph, and then I'll have the critiques in another one. I would have like the point, then I would critique it, and then you'd also have to link it, right? So in this for point one, you would link it by saying, so because there is a reserve army of labor, they're encouraged to have the children. This is where you see that population growth and capitalism are interlinked. So because you need a supply of labor, because you want your surplus value, you want a large population so that they can do these things for you. So they can, and that would lead you into point two. You link it back again, you know, where population growth, you encourage them to have a bunch of kids so that they not only work for you, but you would have like a wide consumer base that would and you'd also have a wide consumer base that you would get money from, which would allow you to create wealth accumulation. So you'd link that. You'd also link the fact in this, I'm going like down. You would link it to, you know, capitalism again, supply and demand. You have a lot of people, you need a large labor force because of that. Population growth is linked. And then I would have also like mentioned the TNCs in my explanation, where it could be if I didn't feel like it was too long, but different people write it differently. So for example, so what I mean to say by that is that in sociology, there's no like one specific way to write an essay, in the sense that you don't have to be like, okay, so I'm gonna write and immediately critique, or I'm gonna write everything then critique. But what I would say is that to save time, it would be best if you critique as you go. So for example, for this, you would mention to critique this first point, right? So to critique the first point about the reserve army of labor, well, not even to critique, to like substantiate in terms of merit, you could mention this part as soon as you see it. You understand? So you'd say like as soon as you see it. So you don't necessarily have to differentiate it. And the reason why I say to save time, because a lot of the times when you're writing essays, you tend to like do the most. You do, especially since that essay, because you want to like get as much in it as possible. So what I would recommend is critiquing as you go, as you write. So instead of like leaving them until afterwards, the only reason again why I wrote it like this is just so that, you know, we can kind of expound on the critique. so that I can expound on the critique with you guys. But I would recommend critiquing it like as soon as you bring it up. Do you guys understand what I'm saying? I hope so. Guys. Are you guys following? Like, I really hope you guys are following it because I feel like I'm talking and I don't want you guys to not be following what I'm saying. So you guys following? Because if you don't, guys, I can just repeat. It's fine.
Yes, we are following.
Okay, great. Yeah. But yeah. So, but back to this though, You have increased urbanization, you know, just so that you guys would have point. There's improved healthcare here. Here, you'd have improved healthcare. Oh, where am I come on? Oh, you have improved healthcare. Yeah, is it? Yeah, change it to British. Improved healthcare, increase education opportunities. Okay, so right here, so we have capitalism, the society, features of capitalism, so population is tiny, so society. Population declining. In the face of our capitalist society, there's more. Argument. Well, the overall experiment. So I think in this part, since we had already mentioned the neo-Marxian theory, I think you could also just mention the fact that at least give a reason why, you know, could give the reason why there is a low birth rate. Did mention Planned Parenthood as argued, the neo-Malthusians but yeah, that's how you would link it there. Again, all that would just be in your essay. All of this is just for you to put it in your essay. This is not necessarily how you would write the essay within itself, but this is like what you would put in it. Because, and the reason why I'm saying what you would put in it is because that's where you're gonna get your marks. So for example, what I mean by that is that you're not gonna necessarily get higher marks if you critique it immediately after versus if you critique it later on. But it must make sense. So for example, you can't be critiquing first, you can't have like a paragraph where you're critiquing the first point and then you critique it after you critique the third point, if that makes sense. But yeah, but again, it is my recommendation that you critique it afterwards, because what happens is at times you tend to go to town with the essays, and you need to remember, you need to be mindful of the time, and you need to have the information in the short period of time. So when you write it and immediately critique it after, you get the marks just like immediately, rather than having to like wait. And especially if you probably don't have the time to do that as well. So yeah. So this part would just be like for you to give an explanation for why there's a decrease. So you would mention improved healthcare in the sense that, you know, people are now using birth control, Planned Parenthood, you know, which was argued for by the neo-Malthusians. So that's basically how you would do that. Reason why I would, so because of that, no, I would probably change. I'd add. Yeah. But yeah. But yeah, because of that, you know, I don't necessarily see how else we'd put in the neo-Malthusians, because remember, you know, it's like a branch off of the Malthusian theory. It's just like very brief things that they don't agree on. Well, not brief, but it's just like a few things that they don't agree on. So they don't just to like give you guys a reminder. So they don't agree with positive checks. They agree with the neo-Malthusians, don't agree with positive checks. They agree with having birth control, using birth control. They agree with abortion, all of which Malthus had opposed against. Yeah. And they also agree with selective procreation, which was not articulated or argued for by the Malthusians, which is basically selective procreation is essentially eugenics standpoint or perspective, which is essentially that undesirable races aren't supposed to procreate, so that the desirable races can, you know, populate the earth. So yeah, but that's not really relevant here. So I'm not really seeing how else we could add neo-Malthusian theory. But if someone has any recommendation, I would like to hear it, because it could be applicable. Oh, wait, before I even get into that, now, Michael, I'm just seeing your comment. Michael, are you still here, by the way? Just to make sure that you're hearing me. All right. Yes, it is. Basically, yes, you still do have to critique. You still do have to critique. Even because, okay, great, you're hearing, great. So you always have to critique. You always critique, because the whole point of CAPE at this level is to prepare for university. Is to prepare for university. And what they want you to be able to do, they want you to compare and analyze, right? So, and they want you to have like the full perspective. So they want to know that yes, you have a stance, or probably yes, you feel this way, even though they didn't necessarily say that we're supposed to have a stance here. You'd probably give the stance at the latter part, like in your conclusion. You would state that you'd give a stance in your conclusion, or you could mention it in the introduction, but you don't have to. You don't have to give a concrete stance in your intro. You really don't, because it says evaluate. But yeah, but anyways, back to the question. So what you would do is you always have to critique. You always have to critique, because you want to show that you have like a wide range of knowledge. So you want to be able to they want to be able to see that you're able to give a point and also rebut yourself, right? So you always have to critique, even if it didn't ask you to. You always have to critique, just so because you're showing like a wide range of knowledge. And it's also important to critique also, because it allows you to use up the series. Because guys, I remember my teacher recommended to me that in every single essay that you have, you're going to try at least to use 4 theories, right? And normally, when you get population questions, you would try to use development questions. However, that's not really the purpose here, so you wouldn't necessarily do that. But even in the sense where, if you have like another question, probably like in the 2021 paper, when we get there, you'd probably want to use a development something, but like a development theory. But I don't really think that that's applicable here because it's not relevant, you know. But if you were to use a development theory, you could mention the modernization theory, right? Where it speak of and mention specifically stage 2, which is the preconditions to take off. Yeah. Yeah, you could mention there where, you know, people are being pumped, you know, these developing nations are being pumped with money, you see in capitalism. Yeah. And even then in those stages, or even at the end of the modernization theory, at the last stage, there's still low birth rate. So you could mention that, but it's not necessarily the most applicable thing, but you could mention it. They don't really mention it like that because the way how the modernization theory is, it's mainly like about industrialization rather than population. But you could mention it in the sense that if you're speaking about a society that has high mass consumption, if you want to link it to the demographic transition model, you would mention that normally occurs in the 4th and 5th stages, like high mass consumption, the age of high mass consumption. And you would mention that in these stages, you know, you have low population growth. So you could mention it here. So you could articulate the modernization theory here. Again, it's not necessarily you don't necessarily have to, but you can if you want to like score brownie points. So I could just put here to as a prompt. And modernization theory. It's normally recommended that when you have population and development questions, you try to at least add at least the series from the 2 topics. But what I would say is if you see like a question that's heavily dependent, I wouldn't say you have to do, but I'm saying like if you see like a question that's heavily dependent on population like this, then you'd mainly look towards the population series. Because, for example, dependency is not the most applicable here, is it? I mean, you could mention it. Well, not even, you wouldn't even be able to mention this here because it's talking about population. I should about other places. But yeah. But yeah, hold on, was this spelled wrong? But yeah. You could dependency theory is not necessarily like the most applicable here, you know, Wallerstein's theory isn't the most applicable here either. But yeah, so if you want to at least explore like probably like a brownie point, you could mention the modernization theory where, you know, this is the age of high mass consumption, at least that you see take place in the 4th and 5th stage, where you have low fluctuation and decline respectively. And then you can also like give an example. I'm bad for not mentioning it earlier. You give an example of like, just to tie this on, example of a society, of societies in these stages in word stage. So you have, so China is in the 5th stage. You have like US in the 4th stage and China respectively. Yeah. You'd mention just like link the topic. So you'd probably mention again modernization theory here. You'd mention that just to like link it, you'd say in the 4th stage where the societies are taking place, they're highly capitalist, and you'd mention that at this point, they'd be in this 5th stage of the modernization theory, which is the age of high mass consumption, and you would see significant industrialization, increased urbanization. You have increased educational opportunities. You have many products. Again, that's what basically you're saying with increased urbanization. You have a lot of products. You have a lot of products. You could probably further substantiate this, but not necessarily if you want to. Yeah. So I'm just trying to show you guys how to probably like link the topics. But are you guys getting that? You guys understand what I'm trying to say? Or guys, but if you guys don't understand, I can repeat, guys. It's fine. Or I could probably go slower.
We understand.
Okay, great. So then, you would give your conclusion, which, is basically a restatement of your thesis. Conclusion. Restatement. Thesis. Oh, wow. And then in this sense, you basically give like a summary. And for this now, you could just basically state that what you think about in the sense of after you've critiqued what your definitive answer would be, whether or not you would agree. Or someone raised their hand. Yes, recall.
Miss, is this gonna be posted on YouTube like today or tomorrow?
Oh, I'm gonna share the document with you guys.
Okay, Miss. Thanks.
Yeah, I'm gonna share the document with you guys, man. But yeah, and so for this, you could just give like a brief, would I say stance? Probably a brief stance where you could state that though there's merit, the idea that the population growth and capitalism are interrelated, and that for one to occur, is not fully applicable. So it's not fully applicable in terms of the Caribbean region. So, not applicable to the Caribbean. But yeah, that's what I would say. I think we can move on to the next question. And okay, that's it. But yeah, so I would move on. I'm going to chat and go faster because we have the other people to do. I'm going to go faster. But yeah, so this is on B. I hope that you guys understand. I hope that you guys understand what I was trying to say here. Again, guys, remember there's no one way to write the sociology essay. What I would also say is that remember to have decent sized paragraphs. So in the sense that you could go, so for example, if you're seeing that, remember how I said that I would technically immediately critique. So for example, if you're seeing that this point is taking a lot, right? You're seeing that you're writing a lot on it, and you see that the paragraph is very long. You could critique it in a different sentence. Critique in a different paragraph. But for example, if in this point it's not necessarily as long, you could critique it in the same paragraph. So yeah, it all just depends on how you write it. But okay, so for this one now, they have crime and deviance function for the benefit of society and occur because of disruptions in the social equilibrium of shared values. Critically assess how applicable this notion is in explaining crime and deviance in the Caribbean, right? So you guys can see that it's basically like a functionalist It's the prime thing here feels very functionalist. You guys see what I'm trying to say? It feels very functionalist. So how would you write this? And for this one, I would say that you would give a concrete stance. Because, for example, you have up here where it says evaluate. You don't necessarily have to give a stance in the intro, right? Because you're evaluating. You can give a stance like, or at least a definitive thing in the conclusion. Meanwhile, up here you can give a stance. But even then, if you're somebody that gives a stance in the introductions, you can do that. I'm just saying you don't necessarily have to do it, if that makes sense. So how would you guys write this? How would you guys argue this? I'd like to hear. You definitely use a functionalist perspective, 100%. But remember, there are like various functionalist perspectives that govern crime. So what specifically? So would you use all of them? Would you use like 2? Which ones?
Sorry, can you ask the question again?
Yeah, I was just basically saying how would you write this? Like, what would you say? Or at least, what would be like your essay plan? Like, what would you say about it? Okay, so basically, oh, is there somebody in the chat? Okay, yeah, so you mentioned their camp, right? So firstly, how you would something there. Remember, guys, in your intro, they always need a hook. The best hook that I always think is just giving a definition. I think giving definitions are lovely, you get points, you know, and you don't need to come with some nice and amazing, quote. Yeah. So, so your hook basically a definition, right?
So
But I
we'd be
mean,
defining crime, deviance, and social equilibrium.
I don't think you have to define social equilibrium, but if you want to, then yeah, you can do. But the main thing that I would think about defining are crime and deviance. Because for me, my logic would be in social equilibrium. You'll be probably talking about it, explaining it some more. But yeah, you can define social equilibrium. Yes, actually, we will define social equilibrium. But yeah, so you know that a crime is basically conduct for charge. Give me a quick minute to put this to charge. Okay, let me conduct entirely along of our society. You know that. What is deviance, guys?
Deviance is any act, condition, and something else that I don't remember that goes against the norms of a society.
Yeah, that's pretty much it, to be honest with you. So it's basically conduct that doesn't conform with the norms and expectations of a particular society. So somebody has their hand raised, yes?
But the difference between crime and deviance is that crime involves deviance, but deviance doesn't always mean that it is crime, or at least
100%. Yeah, 100%. You could mention that. like essentially just to mention. So essentially crime is basically a subset of deviance. So an example of this would probably be deviant behavior could possibly be, how do I say? It depends on the society I live in. So for example, if you're in Jamaica and if you're at like a fine dining restaurant and you eat with your hand, that doesn't conform to the norms and expectations of a particular society, but that's not a crime, right? Meanwhile, crimes, they always don't conform to the norms and expectations of a particular society, which is why they're crimes, because they saw these types of behavior they saw that these types of behavior were worth sanctions. You get that? You guys understand what I'm saying there? Yeah, essentially going against the norm. For the norm. Deviance. I'd also mention that deviance is relative. So what I mean by that is essentially that what is, again, like I stated in the Jamaican society. So what is viewed deviant in a specific society isn't necessarily viewed as deviant in another specific part of society. So you may have like one culture that, well, for example, you may have one culture that like heavily believes in, eating with forks. Then you have another culture that heavily believes in eating with your hands. Well, like for example, with the French. The French believe as a greeting, kissing somebody on the cheek. But in Jamaican society, you're not gonna walk around kissing people on the cheek, to greet somebody. You understand? So yeah, so it's relative. So then you define total equilibrium. Then I think that if you were to define social equilibrium, then you'd also go into defining values. So what is social equilibrium, guys? When society is in a balanced state, I mean, you're partially there, but I think that we need more like a refined type of definition. Does somebody have like a more refined definition? You're not fully wrong, but yeah, social cohesion. Yeah, I think I prefer that one. I think I prefer that one. I think I prefer that one. So yeah, I think I prefer what's in the chat. So right now, this is the best one that we're kind of working with. But I want to know if you guys agree or if you guys have anything to add here. I did.
I looked it up and it said that it refers to when there's a state of balance in the social system.
That's fair. So I think that's essentially what this is saying. Social cohesion and order in a society. So yeah, but I'm going to put the slash What did you say, hon?
A state of balance in a social system.
Okay, so that's basically, yeah. And then, for value, since you already spent a bit on social equilibrium, I can just say what it is. So it's basically, these are things that group of people well, people in a particular society or group consider good and worthwhile. Yeah, but yeah. Then you'll probably mention, you'd go probably into Emil Durkheim's view on you're probably going to Emil Durkheim's view on deviance. So you mentioned, yeah. Okay. So again, for this one, I'm just going to be a bit quicker just so that we can go through some more fast. Because they're taking a while. Yeah, that is a good I just read the chat a while ago. A culture standard for discerning what's good and just that is true. That could also work for value. That's the gist of a value. So basically, again, a value is just basically what they hold in high regard in a society. Again, this differentiates based on the society. So that could be in terms of like religious beliefs. It could be in terms of, whether or not how you would view education. This depends based on society. But you guys get the gist of it. You guys get the gist of it. Because there's not no one definition for everything, right? So for example, like with social equilibrium, these are basically saying the same thing. Because if you have a state of social cohesion and order, that is where you have a state of balance in the social system. Basically saying the same thing. So, so his view. So I think what you would do, in the introduction, you would mention that the statement is based. Oh no. I can't get a highlighter. Okay, you'd mention that the statement is based on a functionalist view, particularly Emil Durkheim's view. You put that the statement is based off of a functionalist view, perspective, functionalist perspective. It also probably go into what is functionalism, for the sake of time, I wouldn't necessarily based on for the sake of time, I'd assume you guys should know that. So like I'm just gonna prompt here. Just briefly state what is functionalism, guys. They don't need to give like something long. Then you'd mention Emil Durkheim statement. Actually, I'm doing it in the point. Well, I think I can leave it here because all of it is in the same thing. I put Emil Durkheim contribution. You would mention that he argued that deviance is normal and may be useful for society and is functional for the following reasons. So you put that Deviance. The benefits of society. What are the benefits of society for everyone? Is just give you like a point again. And you stay here, just give like a brief overview on what is functionalism, guys. Just a brief. So, okay. So, for example, can somebody just give me like a brief sentence on what functionalism is?
In relation to crime?
No, just like a brief functionalism within itself. Yeah,
There's
essentially.
social order and sorry, go ahead.
Oh, continue.
When there is social order within society.
Essentially. So basically, you're gonna state. But I would Daniela, you wanted to say something?
This basically it states that everything in society, whether good or bad, has a function and it fosters stability within society.
That's essentially it. So you guys are all correct, you can just give a brief overview. What I would say to refine though is that it basically argues that the agents of socialization, which you guys would know, the justice system, mass media, so all of those, education, government, all of those things work together for the benefit of society. That is it. And overall, you guys know, that's essentially it. Just give a brief on what functionalism is. Just one sentence here. That's why I have it there. It's open for what you want to say. So yeah. In your house, in the following ways, again, you just put it in the point for a minute and expand in here. So remember, your body is where you expand. Promote social change. Strengthen social solidarity. And useful in promoting the values of society and belief. Now. Maybe I say promote society's values. Yeah, they do. First, just see everything as interrelated, correct? Correct. So, effective. So then you give your stance. So I think for the most part, the stance that I would personally give is that this is not. So you state all of that, and you say that though that's true, but not true, though it has some merit, the view that crime and deviance function for the benefit of society and occur because of disruptions in social equilibrium of shared values is somewhat applicable. That's what I would say. I would say that it's somewhat applicable. And the reason why I would say it's somewhat applicable, this is me explaining, this is not what I would put in the introduction. The reason why I would say it's somewhat applicable is because it is a correct statement. It is a correct statement. I can use well, I mean, it's not fully correct, but given the perspective, and you have other perspectives that can back it up, it is partially warranted. So that's the word I'm looking for, not correct, but warranted. It's somewhat warranted. And that's why I would say that it's partially applicable, because it can work for the benefit of society, but it can also not work for the benefit of society. And what it does occur because of disruptions of social equilibriums or shared values. However, that could also be rebutted. So I would say this, my stance would be that it's somewhat applicable. Yeah, 100% would go into that. You'd 100% go into that. But yeah, I would say that the stance that I would take is that it's somewhat applicable. Somewhat applicable. And you would say that though this is true, it's somewhat applicable. And then you'd mention the perspectives. The perspectives I think we could look at. You'd say like, though it's warranted, it's somewhat applicable. Then you'd use to justify the stance. I would say the thesis would be to justify that thesis, justify the stance above. Above. Following perspective. And above, then I would mention, I think the most direct one, I mean, at least to warrant it, you would mention strain theory. And, okay. You would mention, I think we could all would. I'm trying to figure out whether I would want to use Hershey's theory, but probably not. So probably not. Because would you want to mention that? I mean, I don't have to. You could mention strain theory, but you don't have to mention strain theory in this type of situation. Give me a second. You could mention social control theory. I think you could. I think you could. If you like stop the time, it depends. But just so that we have it here. They just basically be in support of the strain theory anyway. So, yeah. Hershey. Then I would mention the conflict and mention association theory. Yeah, it would. Hershey's theory would agree. That's what I was saying. I don't know if I'd fully put it there because it's like somewhat of a repetition. But you just put it there. But this depends on how you articulate it. So it's not necessarily every theory that you add, you have to have this big, amazing, paragraph. It could just be used to like support just like an argument, at least one argument. But yeah, it would agree with Durkheim's theory because it's a functionalist perspective. And I mentioned status frustration. Right. Then and then I would also probably just mention the Marxist perspective. But yeah, I think you just also right. You have my perspective, background. But yeah, those are the ones that I would use. Also, guys, I think it would be recommended that you at least use 5 body paragraphs for your essays. I don't think I mentioned that above, but yeah. But yeah. But yeah. So I think I can give you guys somewhat of a break. Can we take a 10-minute break and come back at 5:18? You don't have to leave the you don't have to leave, but we can probably come back at 5:18. But before we take the break, yes?
Miss, after this, which topics are we going through after this, after the break?
Oh, we'd finish this. Then we would go into Caribbean social issues. But not Caribbean social issues. We'd go into section C after that. And then we'd go into the 2021 paper. Again, that's going to be, because we spent so long on the above, on all of these, I think we can just run through those papers. And yeah. And then we'd be done. But I don't necessarily know if we're going to end for 6:15 though. But yeah.
All right, Miss. Say this document in the group, right?
Yeah, I'll send it in the group.
All right.
Also, guys, have you guys understood what's happening so far? Am I clear? Do you guys need further explanations? Where? Oh, there's our WhatsApp group. Are you not? You're not in it? Because if you guys are in the WhatsApp group, just private message me a number. Just private message me a number, and I can have somebody add you guys to it. But has it been clear so far? You guys understand what's going on? And it makes sense?
Yes.
Okay, great. Okay, guys, so we're back. Is everyone here? Is everyone hearing me?
Yes.
Okay, great. Just to remind you guys, we're on a brief break, and if you are not in the WhatsApp group, please send your numbers. Also, guys, if anything, please add the area codes, because I realize that not all of you are Jamaican. So just please add the area codes if anything. Yeah. Okay. So back to what I was saying. Yeah. I was thinking about this, I think that probably we could mention delinquency and opportunity theory. I was thinking that we could also mention delinquency and opportunity theory, because it has this three it has the 3 theories where they basically, not the 3 theories, where they basically talk about the deviant subcultures. So yeah. I think we could mention it. Okay. 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 And so basically, again, I'm just gonna run through these ones a bit more because we've been on like one. We're on one, no, we're not supposed to on. So yeah. So you'd probably warrant what emails state with their time state in relation to Jamaica, how it promotes social change. At least, since you guys came off of the brief, how would you say that it promotes social change? What would you guys say for that?
Can you repeat the question?
Wait, I'm not hearing you well, hold on. Repeat, please.
Can you repeat the question, please?
Still not hearing you that well. I don't know if it's me. Could you, if anything, type it in the chat, hold on. Type it in the chat.
I think she was asking you to repeat the question.
Oh, okay. What I was saying is, how does crime and deviance allow for social change?
Because something is deviant doesn't always necessarily mean that it's wrong, but just different. And maybe by someone being deviant or different from the norm, it would allow persons to be more accepting of different looks, I guess, or points of views and stuff.
You're not wrong, but that's not really in the sense of like where you was going in the theory. That wasn't necessarily like where they were going in this one. I mean, it does. It's like crime and deviance, guys, because remember, it can't just solely focus on deviance. You can't solely focus on deviance. You have to also focus on crime. But yeah, it does. It does. So yeah, we could have that there. It does. Does anyone have anything else to add before I move on? But yeah, it is. I mean, yeah, we could say that. So societal change. They mentioned Rastafarianism. So yeah, I just stop in. Yeah. Yeah, that is true. That's pretty much it. So it allows for a revision of societal norms to society. Oh yeah, intense social solidarity now. You have, let me just see that. So just we have time, this is short for time, and say social solidarity. So basically, the argument for strengthening social solidarity is when people see that these crimes, they're heinous and all of these things. They see that type of stuff happening. People come together as communities. So the idea behind this one is that people, due to crime and deviance, people are brought together, right? So for example, you have what happened with Ananda Dean, where it's basically you had a nationwide search for her. People were mutually, disgusted by what happened. That's on the lyric. But yeah. So you have nationwide searches happening. It brings people together. That's the argument. It brings people together. Then you have the last part where it says that it shows us like as a signal of what in society are not functionally effective. It is basically, it allows it to put new measures in place to curb the deviance or the crime. So for example, the development of the Ananda alerts, in Jamaica. You also have, for example, if you want to use 9/11, like in case you guys don't know the story. So basically, I think you all know what happened in 9/11, and by the story, I mean like the difference in security protocol. So prior to 9/11, the security protocol for like flying, it wasn't as strict as it is now. But after, but yeah, so you have after 9/11 now, they were a lot stricter. Give me a second. Okay, so yeah. So basically they got a lot stricter with the protocols, with the flying protocols and protocols for it to enter into the plane with security essentially. They got stricter security measures after 9/11. That's basically what I'm trying to say. Strict security measures. Okay. Yeah. And so, but then you can even rebut this, where you can say that doesn't necessarily do that, because you can mention that after the stricter measures were done, you had an increased discrimination towards Muslims and stricter you had an increased discrimination against people who were Muslims. But that's just something for you to see. So in terms of this, so you have your support. So you have strain theory, basically substantive. And so mention strain theory by
Yes, question. So is this not
Yes.
mostly question based on unit one? Oh yeah.
Wait, I cannot hear you. Repeat, please.
Mr. said, is this question not mostly unit one based? Unit
It's
one
what?
similar. Is this question not unit one based? Like you keep unit one.
No, I wouldn't say that. It's unit one based. That's what you're asking. If it's mainly unit one based.
Yes, miss.
I wouldn't really say that it's unit one based, to be honest with you, because I wouldn't particularly say that it's unit one based, to be honest. I think it has elements of unit one in it, because basically, unit one is kind of like, it allows you to build up for unit two. I wouldn't say that it's unit 1 based. It just has an element. Like the only real thing for unit 1 that this question particularly has is about like they mentioned in Emil Durkheim. Because even then they didn't really go into crime particularly in unit 1. They just mean like the functionist perspective on family and them type of thing them saying, and religion, education, and that. But this one is a build up off of that. But you can use unit 1 knowledge. You can. But yeah. So basically you guys would know that this view basically articulates that wait a minute. Can you guys hear me by the way? Because at times I speak and I'm like, oh, are you guys hearing me by the way?
Yes, we are.
Okay. So basically what this but oh no, okay, let me just set that off. How do I keep this some stuff? But I forgot this was a feature on Zoom, you know. I did. Okay. How do I take this off? Oh yeah. So the theory is basically that society essentially sets up clear goals for people to achieve, right? And these goals are really based on, financial success, money, material position, status quo, all that nice stuff. And what he says is that society also prescribes approved means by which these goals are achieved. So, that would include educational qualifications, special talents, hard work, etc. And what you see is that Merton see that in the beginning of his theory, you have he has conformity as he sees conformity as a legitimate means, right? As a basically, but then basically, when people what he argues also, is that when people aren't necessarily able to achieve these means through the legitimate method, people gravitate to other methods in order yeah, they gravitate to other methods because what happens is if you lack the means to pursue the goals, then there's frustration. That's how you have that's why it's also called, some people call it, I think, status. No, that's not true. Status frustration is Albert Cohen, my bad. But yeah, so basically what you see in this is that when you're unable to accept or pursue the goals, there's frustration, which leads to like varying levels of deviance as opposed to conformity. So you have levels of deviance including innovation, ritualism, and retreatism, as well as rebellion. So yeah. So you'd mention that. He says that society has clear goals. You'd clearly emphasize more has clear goals and and socially approved mechanism and to achieve those goals. And you'd give an example of what those goals are, You'd give an example because we're short for time. I can't all right all that. Approved mechanisms to achieve those goals. Those goals. Um, those goals. Goals. And which however, when people like this class, they mean you have again at conformity, you'd mention let's do another example. I think probably up here. Conformity. So you give an example of what conformity would be. This is where you would have your professionals. So give example of conformity here. It will be sent to you guys. Again, guys, these are not the full essay. These are essay planned with like further explanation. Again, guys, also just to repeat, I would recommend having 5 to how would I say? At least 5 body paragraphs. Not at most, but at least 5 body paragraphs. Because as you guys can see, you're gonna try and use like as many series as you can. But if you can't use as many series as you want to, don't beat yourself up about it, because some of them are essentially saying the same thing. Like when you get into this, when we get down into this, we're gonna see how like they're pretty. So they're essentially saying similar stuff, to be honest with you. Oh yeah. But there's things that are added on, things that are taken out. That's why they're new series. But you get the point. Also, remember to always use the peel method in case that was not obvious. You're always using the peel method. You're always giving your point, your explanation, your evidence. Always doing that. Also, remember that for your examples, you're going to try and be as specific as possible. You're always going to try and be as specific as possible, because what you don't want is to be too vague with the example that it can't be applicable. But yeah, so I would also say all of these can go in their own different paragraph, if you can. So example, however, when people deviance, which you have innovation. So this is where people go take illegal, and illegal means, for example, shower posse, the shower posse. And as you guys can see here, is kind of where you would be seeing your gangs forming here. So that's why you would bring up the shower posse in Jamaica. Which is essentially, it's a gang in Tivoli, which was headed by Dudus. Yeah. This is where you have a formation of gangs. Yeah. You would see crime starting to occur here. Yeah, you have an example, shower posse in Jamaica, Tivoli Gardens. Gardens, yeah, and it was headed by Dudus Cook. You have ritualism. Oh, yeah. You have ritualism. So this is basically, you have the working class, and this is basically where you see mediocrity. So these people, actually I wanna so basically with these people who you see in who are ritualists, or who would be described in this stage, these kinds of people, but yeah, so in these kinds of people, they accept the goals that are set by society, but they abandon the goal when they realize that jobs cannot allow them to achieve these goals. But yeah, and these are people where they don't necessarily want to commit crime, but also just to give some more information here. So you see the formation, basically what you would see here, just give some more. So they accept the goals. That's what I'm mentioning. So accept the goal in society, but they reject the means. So ritualism is basically the opposite of innovation. You reject the socially approved means, the socially approved means. And so here, is where you would see, but yeah, and these people are usually of the lower class. That could also be mentioned, even though it's not always people of the lower class, but it's normally people of the lower class. I'll say normally. Lower class. Here is where you would put the formation of gangs. Yeah, and so in ritualism now, so they essentially accept the goal. So essentially, what happens is that these people in ritualism, they tend to reject the goal set by society when they realize that the means that their jobs cannot allow them to achieve the goal. So what it is that in generally you have they initially accepted the goal, but they abandon the goal when they realize that the means that they use to achieve it, which are the socially approved means, that they can't their jobs through their jobs, it's not really allowing them to achieve the goal, if that makes sense. If that makes sense. Or in this group, you also have people that wouldn't even necessarily like initially accept it. So you have in this group, you also have people that just reject the goals in general, but they go through the socially approved means. And you also have in this group people that accept the goals, but they abandon the goals. And the whole point is that at some point, the ritualists, the people in ritualism, they abandon or reject the goals in society, the goals in society, but they're going through the appropriate means. And so these people are usually of the middle class that they don't necessarily want to resort to crime. But you guys get what I'm saying? You guys understand? Would you mention? Yes. Just to I didn't see this one. I would mention that it's normally many lower class males. I would mention that. There. Because guys, they're just informing guys. To like bring up something, you don't necessarily have to bring up something else, you know. So for example, you can mention that, you can mention that it's, for example, in innovation, it has people in it mainly consists of lower class males. And you don't necessarily have to bring up feminism right here. You don't necessarily have to bring up feminism right here, but you can mention it. My logic is you don't necessarily it's the same thing where, for example, like in the population question, you don't necessarily have to mention Malthusian theory and Marxist perspective with population immediately. Or in order to bring up something for Malthusian theory, you don't necessarily have to bring it up in relation to Marx. You can bring it up regardless. So you guys don't have to limit yourself in the idea that you have to bring up something if you can't immediately critique it or immediately bring up something else to critique it. Also, in this case, you could also bring up the status frustration theory, but just so that we're orderly, just so that you're keeping it ordered, just do it like in different paragraphs, explain them in different paragraphs. So this strength theory would be its own paragraph. Where you're seeing this would be its own paragraph. Yeah. Ritualism. So then abandon slash reject the goals. Reject goals. But go through a socially acceptable means usually consists of middle class. Okay. Then you have uh, retreatism, where these are basically people who are outcasts. So these people, yeah, they're basically outcasts. So they reject essentially these people both reject the goals and the means set up by society, and the means to meet them set up by society. But the difference between them and people in rebellion is that basically these people fail to cope with our life situation. So essentially, these would be people. Well, let me type out retreatism. Okay. Retreatism. So these people, they fail cope with our life situation. So our life is situation, and as a result, they reject both the means and as a result, they reject both the means and as a result, they reject both the means and the goals, sorry, and the means to achieve them, and the means to achieve them. So yeah, an example of these people, you have the school, you have vegans, you have drug addicts, you have Ashantis, you also have, yeah. And so this is basically just like for a better understanding. So this part in terms of retrieving retreatism, this is where you normally see the crux of society, for lack of a better word. So these are the people, they don't really do anything, these are where you would see the crux. Just in case that gives you at least any type of a better understanding, yeah. And then you have rebellion. So these people now, they reject both the goals and means, and they want to create their own societal goals and their own societal means to achieve them. So here now, an example of this would be like terrorists. These people would be like terrorists. And an example of that would be the ISIS terrorists recruited from Trinidad and Guyana. And so you have these people in 1989, Yassim Abubakar led an Islamic group in a failed attempted coup of Trinidad and Tobago government. They also have political radicalists in these people and religious fanatics. So in these people, in terms of like rebellion, you have these cult leaders. I think this is where you have your cult leaders. Is where you have your cult leaders. So, and people reject both and means achieve them as a result the and their inauthority. Therefore, you have an example of this. What I'm saying with like the specific example, where you have your specific examples, where you would mention. So, for example, where you have for innovation, you have the show posse. You have the show posse. Let me highlight it where I can find it. Yeah, where you have the show posse, which is again a gang that emerged in Tivoli Gardens, and they did drug trafficking, I believe. It's either drug and gun trafficking, but I know there was like drug trafficking. And then, for example, of this is where Just
Miss, can the coup d'etat, the coup,
the coup d'etat.
yeah, in Trinidad, can that be an example?
Yeah, I mentioned it. The one with Yassim Adubako. I was gonna put it as an example, but I
Okay.
like that you know that. I like that you know that. Yeah.
Thank you, thank you.
Religious fanatics and terrorists. Either put terrorists there, right? And political radicalists. So you mentioned. I'm gonna put out the full thing so you guys know what's happening. Like you have ISIS. Terrorists. Also, guys, I'm gonna send a document with the statistics. But guys, I'm gonna be honest with you, the majority of it is for Jamaica. Like, if you want to use a statistics, be like if you're from another Caribbean country, and you want to use a statistics, be like give you an idea of what you should look for. So, for example, for some of the statistics, I have like the poverty line for Jamaica. Probably like you could look for the poverty line for Antigua or for like Trinidad. So yeah. But yeah. Let me finish typing this out. Yeah, no. And this is another example. It's the second example. In okay. Oh, and is Islamic group. Also, I really hope that you guys know that I've been Trinidad and Tobago when I say TNT. Yeah. So yeah. And basically, in the explanation of these, right, it is important to note that you're linking the topic. That's why I said, guys, this is not the full thing. So, for example, in the body, you would mention that, yes, this shows how, for Emil Durkheim on, at the end of it, at like your last, remember, guys, your concluding sentence for the paragraph. Each sentence is supposed to have a concluding, guys, wait, give me a quick second, guys. Okay, but yeah, for each you're gonna link it. Remember your concluding sentences. That's why I said, guys, this is not full thing. So please understand the explanation. Right? So for this, you would say how it benefits. So you would mention, because all of the societal change, strengthening social solidarity, all of this is a benefit. So you'd say that due to all of this happening, it supports the stance that crime and deviance function for the benefit of society. And it also mentioned in this explanation how they occur because of disruptions of social equilibrium. So, for example, in the case of Ananda, when they're explaining, you would mention how she was assaulted and murdered. This is a crime, right? And it goes against, and this is a disruption. This crime, this type of conduct would have led to a disruption of the social equilibrium of shared values. So you would mention that. So you would mention how, because the person who assaulted and murdered her, that person would not have had the same shared values of the other people in society. So there's clearly a disruption there, right? So you would mention that And then but overall, in a concluding sentence, you would mention how it benefits the functional society and how the crime, for example, in 9/11, you'd also, since the example is here, you'd mention how in 9/11, there was a disruption in the social equilibrium of shared values, because the general shared values, you're not going to kill people, essentially. But meanwhile, in 9/11, these groups of people deviated, a deviation and a disruption are similar, depending on how you want to argue it. But yeah, so because they deviated from the standard or from what was socially acceptable in the shared values of society, and they committed this terrorist act. So you'd mention that there, how that happened. So you'd mention like you could use the both of them. This person murdered this young girl. I think she was 11. This murdered this young girl. So that showed how it occurred because of a disruption in the social equilibrium of shared values, because this person that clearly did this did not hold the same shared values, or did not hold the same shared value that of society. The same thing with 9/11, didn't hold the same values of society. Then in this now, you would mention how in this case, where you would say this would be used strain theory, even though it's a functionalist perspective, it would be used to kind of rebut the argument that it's done for the benefit of society, and it would also kind of rebut the argument. Yeah, it would kind of rebut the argument that it occurs for the benefit of society, because they're not really seeing a benefit here, guys. Like based on what you're saying in strain theory. And you'd also say it also rebuts the argument that it occurs because of disruptions in the social equilibrium of shared values. Because as you can see here in strain theory, and you're gonna also see it in status frustration, you're gonna also see it in delinquency and opportunity theory, where these occur, like these types of deviance and crime occur because these people do not have the means to achieve the goal. So basically, they hold the same value of society, right? So they have the same shit. They're trying to attain one of the values of society, right? But they're just not going through the same means. That's how you have the strain. You guys understand where I'm coming from? Because I fear that I may be a bit confusing. Do you guys understand what I'm trying to say, or?
Yes, miss.
Okay. Does everyone else agree? But yeah.
I think so.
Okay, well, let me just explain further. So basically in this one, you'd explain. So basically you would say that, as you can see in strain theory, if you want to use one of the examples, so probably for example in innovation, where you see, and you use the example of shower posse, right? Like so, after you explain about innovation, or even yeah, or if you want to use everything else, then you use that. But after you explain about innovation, and guys, remember that if you're strapped for time, you don't necessarily have to use all of what's there in strain theory, in the sense that you could just use, like, for example, he articulates that an example of that one of the categories of strain is this. You don't necessarily have to list out all of them, but it's best that you list out all of them. But if you're strapped for time and you just need like one of them for example, then people do it. And what I'm gonna show you how to do that. So basically, what you would say is that, for example, if I want to say Robert Merton strain theory, you'd use the whole of this example, right? Then you'd say, however, when people lack the means to achieve these goals, you have varying levels of deviance. One of these levels of deviance is innovation, right? Is innovation. You would mention that in this case, this is where you have people accept the goal of society, but they reject the socially approved means, and then you'd explain it. So that is kind of how you could do it. You don't necessarily have to like list out all of them, but it'd be best for your points. But like if you're strapped for time, you don't have to list out all of them. You just have to know how to articulate yourself. But for this now, back to what I was saying about the how you link it back to you not necessarily agree. So for example, when you want to say, for example, in rebellion and in innovation, where crime is most likely to occur in these two categories, right? You would mention, for example, when you use the example of show posse, in this case, those people were there and it was a gang, people were being murdered, drugs were being trafficked, guns were being trafficked. That's not for the benefit of society. That wasn't working towards the benefits of society. When you look at the rebellion group, the ISIS terrorists, that's not for the benefit of society. ISIS is generally a terrorist group that are kidnapping people and stuff like that. When you look in your example for the TNT government, people died. So that doesn't necessarily work towards the benefits of society. But then you mentioned also the fact, so another way how you rebut it, because remember the word and, because I noticed, when people try to look at things, they normally just look at the front part and they don't look at the back, but they're asking you two things. Because for example, this one could work, you could have an argument where you could say, listen, it does work for the benefit of society, but it's not only because of disruptions of shared equilibrium of views. So that's why you have to discuss the both of them. You have to look at the both of them. You can't just look at one of them. It doesn't work like that. So yeah. So when you're there and you mention the fact that the ISIS terrorist group, right? Also, guys, we're gonna go later than I anticipated, because as you can see, we're still on the first paper. We're still on the first paper. We're still on the first paper. But if anything though, I want to at least do the 2023 paper with you guys. I think we can just skip ahead to 2023 paper. And if anything, I would do like a brief outline for the 2021 paper and the 2022 paper by myself and just add it to the document. But we will see, guys. We will see. Wait, which paper? Wait, we're on the 20. But yeah. So yeah. But I could go as late as you guys want, to be honest. But so back to what I was saying. When you look at this, and you can state that it doesn't only occur because of disruptions in shared equilibrium or shared values. Because when we look at innovation, these people are trying to achieve the shared value of society. They're trying to achieve the goal of society, which is a shared value in society. So what you can say in that sense, in terms of innovation, is that, so you can mention it in the sense, both in the sense that it doesn't occur for the benefit. So that's why you would mention rebellion there as well. And you can also mention the fact that crime doesn't only occur because of disruptions in the shared values. Sometimes they occur because people are trying to achieve the shared values of society. You guys get how that works? Yes. How many paragraphs would you suggest to write the essay? I would say that most likely you're gonna have to like proper paragraphs. I would say that you're going from like 7 paragraphs to 10, 7 to 10 paragraphs. And this is in the sense that you're writing the essay properly. So guys, don't go in there and think that you need 10 long body paragraphs. No. What I mean is that your paragraphs would most likely be in terms of the theories, and they would probably also be in terms of critiques. So like if you are somebody that writes exceptionally long for your paragraphs, you might just want to look at it, and you might just want to separate it. You might just want to separate it, right? Because there are some people where they like write some long something, they'll do that. If you can separate it, just separate it. But I would say if we're looking in the sense of proper separation, and we're looking in the sense of we're looking at proper separation of paragraphs, you would probably have 7 to 10. And it sounds like a lot, but it's not. You want to know why? Because, for example, with this, your intro would be 1 paragraph. When we do all of this, right? Strain theory, social control, status frustration, Marxist perspective, delinquency theory, that's how much? 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. That's 5 body paragraphs. And then you have that's 5 body paragraphs. Then you have your conclusion. That's overall 7. That's overall 7. Yeah. And then even in this case, if you want to use like another theory to just immediately critique, immediately could do that. Immediately could do that. But yeah. So it sounds like a lot, but it really isn't a lot. Like when you're there in the situation, it's not a lot. So then now we're gonna go into social control theory. You would mention essentially social control theory is essentially why people don't commit crime though. That's mainly what the social control theory is about. Like it's not necessarily in the sense of it's not necessarily about like why crime is committed per se. It mainly has to do with like why people don't commit crimes. That's mainly what that is speaking to. So like I said, you wouldn't necessarily have to add that here, to be honest with you. But yeah. Give me a second. Yeah. So you would look at the different things. So you have like attachment, you have commitment particularly. Yeah, I'm thinking about it. Would you add social conscious theory here? Not really. Well, probably you would use it in the sense that you probably use the social control theory in the sense where in your explanation you would show how people would not commit crimes. And let me just kind of show you guys what I mean by that, because I don't feel like my explanation is that clear. But yeah, so you have this basically done why people commit. This is basically to show like essentially why people wouldn't commit crime, or it shows that like people commit crimes due to failing to develop social bonds. So crime due to failing social bonds. So in this now, this would basically be to support the latter argument. This would basically be to support the latter part of the argument, where it's that they occur because of disruptions in social equilibriums of shared values. So because let me just have a oh, they have attachment. Attachment. You know, attachment is basically linked to the people in a society. You wouldn't want to go to jail because your mother, you need to care about your mother, your peers. You have commitment. So in the sense that you have things, but yeah, you have things that you need to do. So you're committed to going to school. You have work to do. You can't necessarily, because of these commitments that you have, you don't have the time to do crime. It's a similar reasoning for involvement. Because you're involved, and also in commitment, the argument is also that because you have such deep ties in terms of your commitment to work, for example. So you're not gonna steal. The idea is you're not gonna steal from your job because you're committed to working where you have. I don't like that statement. Let me refine that. The idea is essentially, for example, in terms of commitment. So you have your job, you have your academic achievements. The logic is you don't want to go to jail, so you cannot fulfill these commitments. That is the logic. Similar reasoning for involvement. Because you have involvement in your society and because you have involvement in your academics, you don't want to commit, you don't have the time to commit crimes essentially. And you have belief. But yeah. So this is basically used to support the latter part of Emil Durkheim's statement of the latter part of statement above statement. But yeah. But yeah. So again, yeah, attachment is basically refers to social bonds that people have towards each other, the affection that individuals have. So you also in this part for attachment, you're going to care about people's opinions. So the arguments, yeah, 100%. Bonds in the church. I think bonds, those types of bonds would be in. You would see them in terms of either belief or attachment. But you could like fit it in it. So you would see that what you're saying, what's the name? So I know. I'm not good with names, guys. I'm so sorry. But you would where you mention like bonds in the church, that is where you're gonna see like attachment. That is where you see like attachment or your belief happening, where you have social rules and conventions. But you have in attachment, so you wouldn't necessarily want to be because you fear what other people going to think. You know that your parents gonna be disappointed in terms of commitment. No, you have you're committed to conformity. So your actions and your decisions mirror your commitments, right? So in this sense, occupational and educational commitments. So you don't have the time to commit crime because you're busy at school and stuff like that. In terms of academic involvement, similar reasoning. Like you're involved in your community. So the logic is you're not gonna do anything to harm the community or harm people around you. And in terms of belief, now you have belief in social rules and conventions. That's why I said you could use that part to be explaining like bonds in church, but I think that's the better part for attachment. That is a better part in attachment. That is the better part for attachment. But you could articulate it in belief where you have social rules and conventions, so where you have Christian beliefs or you have like a belief of a higher being the social norm in a society. You know, that would be a part of your belief in social rules and conventions. But I think that would best go on the attachment. That would best go on attachment. But yeah. So you guys see how it supports the latter in terms of social control theory. Guys, I'm just gonna great. And then now you're looking at status frustration theory. It's honestly, I believe it's a Marxist perspective, but it's pretty similar to but it's something named pain theory. So this is by Albert Cohen. Oh, okay. So basically, they articulate, Cohen articulates that delinquent subcultures are formed when young men and others in similar predicaments and cannot meet the goals of society. Yeah. So the idea is essentially that these young men, you know, the idea is essentially that these young men are frustrated with their position in society. So they develop delinquent subcultures. And it's mainly like a group. And so the argument is that crime occurs because members of the group are culturally deprived and okay. But yeah. Give me a quick second, guys. I come in. I'm back. But yeah, so basically the logic is that these men or these young boys, they go and it's a collective response. So it's a collective response rather than an individual situation. So you have in Marxism that we're gonna get to, and in the in Merton's view strain theory, and even social control theory, you see that it's an individual situation. But in Albert Cohen's situation, and it's gonna be supported by delinquency and opportunity. Basically, what you see in these two situations is that, or at least in these theories, which is status frustration and the delinquency and opportunity theory, what you're gonna see in those is that these men, these young boys, they mainly focus on young boys, by the way. These young boys develop delinquent subcultures because they fail to meet the goals of society, essentially. So they fail to meet the goals of society. And so the argument is that, and this is where you would also see like rebellionism, because here you would also see, no, not rebellion, innovation, like I said, innovation. Because rebellion is kind of like a step up from innovation. These people want to create their entirely new society. But basically what you have in delinquent subcultures though, you have these yeah, 100%. Let me put that here. Yeah, so they fail to meet the mainstream goals of society. Just for the point. The mainstream goals of society. Yeah. And so because of that, and in these delinquent subcultures, they have behavior. But basically what you have in these delinquent subcultures, you have they develop their own goals, and they develop their own values of what? Essentially, they develop their own values and what is acceptable and what is acceptable behavior. That's where you see that. And then for statistics, you have that reports from the Jamaica Observer, I believe in 2021, you have that they stated that crime is usually committed by lower class, by lower class or lower income males between the ages of 15 and 30 and 25, sorry. And let me find the statistics particularly to that so I can just copy and paste it. Oh, yeah. So you have in 2018, it stated that committed mainly. So you would use the supporting evidence. They have either this and or you use either this or in addition to that, you could use this one. So yeah. That's why the Andor is here. You can use either one of these where you have that that's according to a report in the Inter-American Development Bank in 2018 that crime in Jamaica is mainly committed by poor uneducated men. And then you also have the fact that the majority of it is done by males who are between the ages of 15 and 25. So you can use that to support the argument. You also have the order that we said. And again, that's it. They're using this to basically show that not necessarily for the benefit of society, and also the fact that it doesn't only occur because of disruptions of social equilibrium. Because, well, I mean, in this case, what happened is that they originally had, this was mainly a sense in the sense like a response to the mainstream goals. So basically, they originally looked towards the goal, but because they couldn't achieve the goals, they developed their own goals. So it's not, yeah, but it's also, so it's not necessarily just disruptions in social equilibrium. But then using this theory, you could also showcase. So you could use it as an either or situation where you can use it to showcase that yes, it is due to disruptions in social equilibrium in shared views, because these boys develop their own. They develop their own delinquent subcultures that deviate from the standards of society. So you can use that. But you can also initially state that, listen, this happened. They developed these subcultures because they could not attain the goals of society. So it's not necessarily just a disruption, but you can use it as an either or depending on how you want to articulate and which one is more comfortable for you. Then now we're looking at Marxist perspective. Does anyone want to say what the Marxist perspective is? Just if you guys engage. I think in terms of boys being grown as the head of the household and develop things in order to and develop and develop subcultures to help them achieve the goals. I think that is I think yeah, it could work. But the main point, of delinquent subcultures, because the thing is that in delinquent subcultures, I think for mainly what you're looking at in your explanation would be in terms of like innovation in strain theory. Because in this part here, you have in delinquent subcultures, you normally would see like a mixture of like types of values. So you'd have some values where then that would be like in mainstream society where they would want to have money and have lavish items. But you also have values where they support criminal activity in the sense that, so for example, in general society, you wouldn't necessarily like you view rape as bad, right? Sorry for the probably trigger warning, but you view rape as bad, right? But in some of these delinquent subcultures, you have these young boys, like rape is an initiation. So like for some of them, you literally have to sexually assault somebody to go and be initiated into a gang. That is seen as like a, supported activity where like you have to steal something. So it's not necessarily that they develop subcultures to help them to achieve the goals. It's more so that they develop the subcultures because they can't meet this mainstream goals. So they develop their own group that supports the activities that they can do in the sense. But I think what you're saying would mainly be in terms of innovation. I think that example is better off using innovation because it's a bit sticky here because it's not solely that people develop delinquent subcultures to achieve mainstream goals. Instead, it's more so like they develop delinquent subcultures because they can't achieve it. So they make their own goals that they can achieve, if that makes sense. Oh yeah. And so I hope that kind of provides an explanation. Was that helpful or okay, great. And so in terms of the Marxist perspective, you guys know what Marxism is. And so it basically argued that capitalist society is responsible for creating crime. And it occurs, Marx basically claimed that deviance occurred at every level in society, but people from the working class are referred to more often when crime statistics are quoted. So essentially is that there's like an over policing in lower income areas. So you just see like the difference between blue collar and white collar crime essentially. That's what you're basically seeing. That basically they focus mainly on the argument from the Marxist perspective is that the focus is on blue collar crime instead of white collar crime. Color crime. Basically blue collar crime is mainly done by the working class. White collar crime is mainly done by like elite people or like professionals. So, and an example of you have COVID, during COVID, parties in they had parties held by general public, held by members of the general public. They were, shut down and you had people arrested and party goers were arrested. Meanwhile, you had American students. I don't remember if they're American students, but you had students who were there. I'm pretty sure the majority of them were white. And they were able to go on you know, both that were able to have both parties and stuff like that. And you guys remember the politician who was there, chair, he was doing Cheers to No movement day, and he was not arrested, Yeah, party goers were arrested. Meanwhile, you had both parties being done by tourists. You had both parties were hosted by tourists. You had, I can't remember the politician's name. You guys remember the politician's name? He was like, Cheers to No movement day. Yeah, Floyd Green. And Floyd Green had yeah, I just emphasize more on that. But Green a common politician and go at a party. I'm gonna say a gathering. And was not arrested. So you have example like that. You can also mention the fact that statistics for like crimes such as burglary, murder, rape, those are things that are well, not exactly. Okay, fine. But you can mention better example. I think the better example would be what you can mention is the fact that the laws criminalize poor people. So you have vagrancy laws where you have vagrancy laws that criminalize poor people. Poor people. Vagrancy laws. The laws. You also had an example of the I believe at one point many of the stalls, there was a part where you could have stalls, many stalls were like destroyed. And I think our politician had called them scum, I believe. I can't 100% remember. I can't, let me find it. Destroy stalls. Stalls. In Jamaica. But yeah, basically you had a situation where their stars were being destroyed at one, I believe somewhere. I can't 100% remember. But yeah, the stars were being destroyed. Yeah, that's basically, you have the selective targeting on marginalized communities. That's basically what this is saying. There's a specific focus on them. You have laws that criminalize poor people, vagrancy laws, them type of stuff there. And then you also have, what did we say? Delinquency and opportunity. Now, I would recommend putting delinquency and opportunity after. Oh, sorry, my bad. Agency and opportunity. Well, we just only went through one paper. We're not even finished yet. Oh my gosh. I think someone had to provide explanation. Oh yeah. Delinquency and opportunity. And this is basically similar to status frustration theory. In this, you see that people develop delinquent subcultures. They develop delinquent subcultures in order to so you have them developing delinquent subcultures due to not being able to not being able to meet the goals of society. So basically, and in this one, you have them distinguishing they have them critiquing Merton, where they stated that criminality is due to the failing of legitimate subculture structures, but they don't look at the relevance of illegitimate opportunity. So you have it, which is like guns, trafficking, and all of those types of stuff, and drugs. And you also have illegitimate access to criminality that inspire people to become criminals to three different subcultures. You have criminal subcultures, conflict subcultures, and retreatism subcultures. So let me just start that out. Conflict subculture. But yeah. Then, but yeah. And so with this now, you would say, using this one, you would show how, crime doesn't function for the benefit of society and occurs because of disruptions of social equilibrium. And essentially, your conclusion would basically state that though it is somewhat warranted, it is not fully applicable because a lot of the time crime does not work towards the benefits of society. And okay, not really applicable. Um, society. And again, anyway, conclusion would be longer than this. This would be the gist of your conclusion. Due to different uh, and as seen in main theory education. And okay. Okay, but yeah. So, and why this is important is because they're basically showing that at times the values of the society may be the factor as to why somebody might commit a crime. That's essentially why you see in this part. I hope that's clear. In this part now, where you speak about climate refugees, I'm not even gonna like do the whole introduction or something. Just gonna discuss the impact. So I'm just gonna do like the point form. What do you guys think would be some of the impacts? The impacts of natural disasters in the lives of Caribbean people?
Natural disaster, it have a lot of impact because, for example, if you look at Montserrat, and then and country like those with volcano, you know, say it causes people to migrate and stuff like that.
Yeah, you're right. But I think this question, you're mainly looking at the impact. Yeah. Because I think you also have to look at climate refugees in the sense, because it's looking at the impact of natural disasters on the lives of Caribbean people and the implications for other Caribbean nations. So you're right, it does have impacts. You also have people who flee. You have people who flee to go to other countries, you know. So you would mention that in the sense that on the lives of Caribbean people, you have so basically they can't how do I put this? So destruction, so you have destruction of property and yeah. So you have destruction of property, and goods. They have an example of this where like after continuous flood in Jamaica, you had an estimated like 1.7 billion crops that were destroyed. That would be found under here. I'm going to find it. Oh, this poverty rate. Let me find it. I want to send you guys this document also. Talk about crop. 1.7. Yeah. Oh yeah, so you have that type of example for disasters. You also have you also have the fact that they can't earn for themselves. So like it has adverse effects on the categories of the poor, adverse impacts on the categories of the poor, because like if you're disabled, you can't. Because if you're disabled, you know, you could probably probably not disabled. If you're unemployed, it's like worse for you now because you essentially can't. You barely have the opportunity to find jobs, and that's but essentially you're gonna speak about the adverse impacts on the categories of the poor. For example, if I am unemployed, during a natural disaster, this makes my situation worse because when I'm there and let me read the comment section. Yeah. So when I am there and I'm unemployed and there's an impact of a natural disaster, it affects me terribly because I am unable to like get certain things that I would need after the natural disaster. So for example, during earthquakes or like when people say that earthquakes are coming, they advise you to stock up on like canned or like no, not earthquakes, hurricanes. when hurricanes are occurring, people advise you to like stock up on canned foods and everything. But when I am poor and when I am unemployed, I don't have any money to do that. I don't have any money to do that. I also have to I don't have any money to do that. It also mention the fact that implications for other Caribbean territories. It also mention the fact it reduces again a strain on the resources because these people are going to other Caribbean territories because you have people that move over here or that seek asylum, right? And when that happens, that puts a resort that puts strain on resources of other Caribbean territories. Yeah. Also, I think you could also mention that it impact in terms of the culture of poverty. Where remember how they stated that the poor is in a constant state of defeatism and stuff like that. You could mention how having a natural disaster go and do all of these things. And if you're already in a low income area, this could aid in the perpetuation of the culture of poverty. Defeatism. But yes, it can aid in defeatism and aid in you being defeatist. But yeah, and of course you'd mention, Oscar Lewis and all of that jazz, but guys, we're outlining right now, so yeah. But yeah, I think this is pretty much it. But also the implications. You would also have like social integration though, because when people migrate, you share your culture. For example, there are a lot of Haitians in like Bahamas and those places. So you have like mixtures of cultures, increase social integration. So yeah, so that's what I would say for that. Does anyone need like further explanation in that sense? Do you guys understand what I'm saying? Is it clear? If anything, I'm gonna quickly go through this one. Economic. Oh, you didn't learn this module? Oh, wow. Oh, okay. If anything, what you do is, are you in the WhatsApp group? Okay. If anything, you just message me privately. Okay, you message me privately. And yeah, oh, and when is sociology? Tuesday. Oh, okay. Also, it's even with me to add students numbers. Oh, if anything, I'm going to add more notes on this. I'll add more notes on that after the session. Yeah, I'm just trying to quickly run through the other ones just so that. But if anything, I'll add more notes on that to the end of the session. Also, let me just finish adding the students' names. Sweet. Okay. Okay. Yes, okay. Okay. But yeah, I'll just add more to help with that, if anything. But yeah. So more recent economic indicators, more recent development, discuss changes in the definition over time and identify. I feel like I'd prefer I feel like in terms of this, I feel like that's pretty straightforward. So I wouldn't necessarily want to do that one due to the strap of time because it feels pretty similar to what we're doing. You guys clear on this what this question is asking? Because I want to run through like a question that I want to like go through stuff that kind of deviates from like the general thing. So I feel like that kind of goes into what we were kind of discussing already. Because you just like look at your indicators. This is basically like an indicators of development question. Let me just type that up. Indicators of development. Here you would mention the HDI. You would also mention stuff like the litter and what are taken into account during the ages. You have a life expectancy, literacy rate. And what else is also included on that? What the hell?
GNP, GDP, and so on.
Yeah, that's also. Yeah, P S G P P. You have education. That's what I was looking for, you know. Education. Yeah. You would also look at access to public health. But yeah, and this would all of this, you know, life expectancy. Wait, hold on. Education would be the one that falls on empowerment. You also have access to public health facilities. You also have the amount of women that also have the number of women in ministerial positions, I believe. Position. But yeah, that also has to do with equality. You also have social welfare. But yeah, that's involved here. Oh, not opposition, position, seats, I believe, ministerial seats. And which theory do you believe has been the most influential in guiding development in the Caribbean? Demographic transition theory is not really a development theory, that's more so on population. So it's showing you like how population has changed throughout, but it's not necessarily like a development theory. The development theories are mainly like modernization, dependency, Wallerstein, yeah, I would also say modernization. Modernization. What I would also say is
Dependency can work too, miss.
Repeat?
Dependency can work for this question as well.
Yeah, but I would use it to critique.
Yeah.
I would use it to create modernization. The reason why I say in guiding, because dependency is not really like a guide. It just shows you how it established the relationship between, the mother countries and the peripheral nations. So that's mainly what happens. But so you'd critique it with modernization, support, put to support, you would be looking at world systems theory. You would also be looking at, you could also, could you be looking at conversion? Not really. Could mention convergence if you want, but not really. I'd mention like globalization theory, just briefly, theory. And then oppose, look at globalization theory, and then support, and then to oppose, I would say dependency. And then, but yeah, they have these. Anything else for the indicators of development? There, guys, you have, and how they include, so they include but are not really limited to empowerment, equality, and social justice. In terms of freedom, in terms of indicators of development, yeah, because they're also looking at the quality of life. So that would, I believe, fall under freedom. So yeah. Yeah, also, in case you want to use it, you have number of like Caribbean countries, they have number of physicians per 10,000 people in the population. A larger countries, I believe, it's 100,000. But yeah, they do this. If you want to use convergence theory, you could, but I wouldn't necessarily say that because you have globalization theory. I just said in guiding development, not necessarily anything else. So yeah. For this now, for use and crime, the main reasons behind use and crime, the effectiveness of Caribbean institutions in curbing crimes. Personal, you would mention, in my opinion, so you would mention strain theory, mention frustration, you would also look at delinquent, okay, an opportunity, theory, delinquent opportunities theory. You could also, and discuss two policies. What two policies could you say? Yeah, you would mention crime statistics. You would mention crime statistics here. Guys, remember, you can't always use statistics. Like, just push them in somewhere. So, for example, for this, you would mention statistics, or at least a decent example. You would mention, like, for example, an increase in Jamaica's life expectancy. You know, say, like, over time. The statistics would be over here. So you would mention statistics where let's talk about this rates. The average age, I believe the average age is like 73 years old in Jamaica. That's a pretty high life expectancy. Here you could mention the literacy rate.
Question, Miss,
yeah.
can you remind me how the world system theory and the globalization theory work?
Oh, okay. So basically, in the world system theory, that was put forward by Wallerstein, and he basically stated that, and he basically stated that the interactions, so it's kind of like, would I say it's a development of modernization and kind of, but it basically states that how they interact with each other. So it basically shows how they interact with each other, how the different countries interact with each other, and he puts them into categories. So you have the core, semi-periphery, and the periphery. So the core, so these are your dominant nations, and they expect the peripheral countries for labor. No, then this would be a development of dependency theory. Sorry. But even then, yeah. But yeah, this is, yes, so your support here is not for modernization. Your support, but even then, you could use world system theory to support modernization in the sense that a semi-peripheral nation can, through modernization, can become a peripheral nation through modernization can become a semi-peripheral nation. So the support is in the sense that, let me just clarify that, in the sense that a peripheral nation can become a semi-peripheral nation. They have, for example, Asian tiger nations, where basically these are this is like a name given to like the Asian countries that basically had rapid growth. So these would be like Singapore, example, Singapore. Also had I don't know if China is an Asian tiger nation, but you also have China.
Miss, by the way, what do you say is a peripheral nation? What is a peripheral?
But a peripheral nation, these are basically the countries that are dependent. So these are developing nations.
Semi-peripheral mean they're not really
And
fully developed.
semi-peripheral. Repeat, or were you saying it? But yeah, semi-peripheral nations, these are nations with characteristics of both core and peripheral nations. So remember, the core nations, these are basically the mother countries. These are countries that exploit peripheral countries for labor and raw materials. Peripheral nations, these are countries that are dependent on the core nations for capital. And then the semi-periphery, these are both. For example, China, and the reason why China would not be able to be like a core nation is due to the fact that China, they have low social welfare, not social welfare, a low quality of life, in the sense that it's not necessarily a fully low quality of life, but it's in the sense that you have air pollution, and you also have, so it's like the quality of life is not that great. So you have low pollution, you have high pollution, high air pollution, and you also have what is it? You also have like sweatshops, so stuff like that. So that's how China would be like a semi-periphery. So China, they make the majority of manufacturing in the world, right? So you have that, but they're not a core nation because they haven't been able, they haven't necessarily dominated and exploited anybody as yet. Plus, their quality of life is in question because you have high pollution and also have the fact that they have sweatshops over there, and also the fact that they don't necessarily dominate and exploit peripheral nations in the sense that core nations do. Core nations, they mainly do it in they normally did it in terms of like slavery and those type of stuff. But in terms of like China, they haven't really done that, even though they do exploit peripheral nations. It's not to the level of a core. It's not to the extent of a core nation, but it's not to the extent of a peripheral nation either. They're not fully dependent on other countries for capital, even though they are. So it's not like, so like for example, Jamaica. Jamaica is like Jamaica is dependent on countries for capital. China is also dependent on countries for capital, but they're not as dependent as Jamaica and other peripheral nations would be. However, China can be a core nation because they're not like fully dominated, if that makes sense.
Well, so you said China cannot be a core nation like the US
No.
because
Yeah.
what?
Basically, they don't have so there are implications in the quality of life. So you have high pollution and like high air pollution, and you also have the fact that they have sweatshops. They have sweatshops there. So you can't necessarily be a core nation where you, because remember, social welfare and quality of life are also important. When you have sweatshops being there, that's a huge implication. So they wouldn't necessarily be like a core country. But in the sense, and they don't necessarily dominate and exploit peripheral nations in the sense of where like core nations would do it. So for example, China, what they normally do is they manufacture their own things in their own country. So they exploit their own people. Meanwhile, you're having like the US, they go and they exploit other people. And they had like conquests and stuff like that, where they go and they took over lands and whatever. China hasn't necessarily done that. Even though, like, even in Africa, they are exploiting Africans, but it's not to like the extent of a core nation. So you support the world systems theory would be used to support this in the sense that are you guys hearing me? Are you guys hearing me?
Yes, Miss, I'm hearing you, Miss.
Okay. So it'd be mainly in the sense that peripheral nations can become a semi-peripheral nation through modernization. But you could also oppose it using world system theory because you also see their input. You could also oppose it using the same theory because you could show how exploit how these people exploit. So because it's like world system is basically a development of dependency theory. So where you have dependency only have core and periphery. Meanwhile, world systems have core and periphery and semi-periphery. And in world systems theory, you also have an external area. And these external areas, just for knowledge, these external areas are like people that aren't necessarily involved in the world system in the sense that these countries or these nations, they're normally isolated and self-reliant. So these are like tribes. Like, you know, those tribes in like far away places where they don't have no interaction with the outside world, those kind of tribes. Yeah. But they don't really ask about that, but it's just like good to know. So yeah. And then now when you look at civilization theory, yes. Hello?
Miss, I'm hearing you, Miss.
Okay. Well, oh, okay. I was asking if you had asked about the globalization theory.
Yes, Miss, you can speak about that.
Okay. So basically, what you see in the globalization theory is that it's about basically, globalization is essentially the process of interaction and integration among people, companies, and governments across the world, right? And so the process is driven by international trade, investment, and agreements assisted by information technology. So what you see is that basically globalization is basically like an extension of the modernization theory, which is that basically international capitalism. So you see, basically in this theory, you see international capitalism as an economic force that generates more wealth from which countries will be able to benefit, right? So that's why you see that there. And then you also have that that there's going to be like a formation of, due to globalization, you see the formation of a global economy that results in significant increase in world and trade development, and that globalization would considerably enhance economic development of poor nations as they would encourage to produce goods and services efficiently. So basically how that would, so you get that? Yeah, you got that? All right.
Yes, Miss, may I hear that speaker?
But yeah, and so basically what you would see in the globalization theory is essentially where you would see travel being cheaper. You would also see the development of MNCs and TNCs using the globalization theory, which you could use to support the convergence theory, which is basically stating that
What are TNCs?
huh?
So what is a TNCs? What are TNCs?
Oh, transnational corporations and multinational corporations.
Okay, Miss. Or like multinational corporation come like with KFC and them franchise there and some.
Yeah. Yeah. So basically, yeah, you're on the right track. You know what's going on. Know that for you. But yeah, and so they're saying that they'll be encouraged to produce goods and services efficiently. You see that in the sense. But yeah, you see that in the sense where, for example, Trinidad and Tobago, they have a robust oil. They have like a robust oil situation going on. Them and Guyana, they have oil. They're large producers. They produce oil. So you have that.
But I think Guyana is being exploited by foreign companies, so that is a thing that we could use by
that too.
more, right? They've been exploited.
That's why you would mention dependency on world systems. But you would overall support it using the globalization series. And you just basically, you need to understand is that your sociology paper is a series of rebutting. But remember, you don't rebut to your own detriment. At the end of the day, if you have a stance, you need to support the stance. So even if you're there, so like it's recommended, for example, if I am there and I have 3 and I'm using 4 theories, 3 of them must be in support of my stance. It cannot be that you're using halfway. 3 of them must be, unless your stance is that is, even then, yeah, never mind. You have to be in support of your stance. So if you say something is not very applicable, you can show the merits, show the merits, but you need to show how the negatives outweigh the positives. You understand? You have to be able to show all the negative outweighs the positive. So yeah. And if anything, I'll probably write an essay and probably send it to you guys so you guys can see what I'm talking about.
So like when you're planning to send it, this
document?
Yes, miss.
After the session.
Okay, miss.
Yeah. But yeah, and so even in the sense of like globalization theory, you could even mention convergence theory. But even in, I think you could briefly mention convergence theory here. Like it's not really like a part here, but yeah. So that is where you would see that. Okay. But yeah. So does anyone have any more questions about this question? Or can I move on?
Can continue, miss.
Okay, great. Thank you. Oh, let me just add people to the group. Also got wait, hold on, let me just briefly state that basically remember what they said in convergence theory and how it would be applicable in this situation. So basically they were saying that as nations develop, they form similar characteristics such as infrastructure, technology, and commercialization. And so because of that, the culture seems modern and congruent in terms of lifestyle choices. So basically, you can mention the fact that again, the development of you see similar television shows being watched across the world. They mentioned in similar television shows being watched across the world in terms of convergence. You're looking at everyone like similar phone usage. So like for example, many places in at least in the Western society, everybody has like a touchscreen phone. You mentioned that. Of course, your example would be like more refined. You'd mention that there are example, most countries you have in terms of like the food that they eat. So many have like they say many multiple what's that? Multinational corporations and transnational corporations in different countries. So you have countries that have Maggie seasoning, many countries that have KFCs. In terms of infrastructures, you can say that the more modern types of buildings, they're similar. So for example, they're similar. So for example, like the apartments that I see that are being built in Kingston, a lot of them they're coming off of the American infrastructure. So they're not the infrastructure is not necessarily native to Jamaican. To Jamaica, it's mainly like based off of American. In terms of technology, you have multiple countries, multiple people in different countries using technology such as like smartphones and technology, such as smartphones. They're using computers like the entirety of the digital revolution. If you guys know about the digital revolution, which is basically the transition into like using computers. The digital revolution is an example of convergence. So yeah. Oh, what did you say no for? Ashwana? I think that's how you pronounce your name. What did you say no for? Also, it's important to know in the convergence theory, the common traits are more so in economy and commodity rather than in terms of like politics and religion. So like for example, Jamaica, we get a lot of things from America. So for example, we watch similar TV shows, we have similar buildings. Well, we've been developing buildings that mean theirs and commercialization, don't need to explain that TNCs, MNCs also have like they you also have like things that are developed in America that are given to us, like so for example, are sold to us, for example, like aluminum products. Oh, okay, great. So remember they understand what's being explained, love that. So yeah. So while you have these similar characteristics in terms of economic and commodity terms, right? But you have like for example in Jamaica. Jamaica follows a Westminster system, right? Meanwhile, America, they don't follow a Westminster system. They follow a what is it? So president? No. It's not always, they are a republic, right? So even though Jamaica has similar, characteristics in terms of like the development of infrastructure that mimics their technology and commercialization and TNCs and MNCs, we don't have similar politics. Even in terms of religion, Jamaica is a heavily Christian nation. America is more liberal in that sense. So that's just kind of what they mean in terms of convergence. So I just wanted to explain that. Yeah. So in terms of this now, you explain the main reasons. You're going to use strain theory. You're going to use strain theory. Strain theory sets us frustration, the link with opportunity. So your explanation in that would essentially be that the fact that they can't meet the goals. I think that's like the most direct one. But even then, you could mention feminism perspective on theory. Not sorry, a feminist perspective on crime and deviance. And you could mention the fact that you could essentially mention the fact that the logic is that women commit fewer crimes than men, but you have a woman committing crimes due to like various reasons. So you have crimes that women So you have crimes that women commit that are merely due to the fact that they're hardly noticed, such as shoplifting and domestic servant theft. They have stuff like that. Also, you have this view, I believe. Oh, so does somebody have something to say? Because it's sad.
Yeah, but still come back. But you're right outside. Can my phone come put down and me listen to me something? Me too come back. Me just go party again and get out. Pay, put down. After me I listen to something. Yeah.
But yeah. Are you guys hearing me?
Yes, miss.
Okay, great. So you have a view, I believe, let me check that specifically. What's that? But yeah, so you have Kylie, and she borrows from strain theory to argue that women. But oh my God. Okay. And she borrows from strain theory. So this is a feminist perspective. So you have this can be critiqued with Kylie's view. But yeah, it can be. But yeah, strain theory can be critiqued with Kylie's view, because she argues that women commit crimes due to the breaking of class and gender deals. Class deal is basically the hard work is supposed to be exchanged for pay, and the gender deals is that psychological and material rewards in exchange for relying on the labor of male breadwinners. So basically, when these deals are broken, when class deals are broken, they don't get the promise of decent wages, they get crime. So that is essentially in terms of strain theory. And then gender deals, when gender deals are broken, women become victims of abuse, which may lead to crime. So you have domestic violence. You also have women possibly, defending themselves, or probably, in the sense like they've been beaten and they probably plan to kill their partner. So you have stuff like that. So you have stuff like that. So you could have mentioned this as well from the feminist perspective. If you want to mention label, but yeah, and if you want to mention the labeling theory, you can. Or it was not very applicable in this sense for this type of question. And then you look at the effectiveness of Caribbean institutions. My logic would be, just for me personally, I would state that. Oh yeah, you could mention. Oh. You could mention Pollock if you want to. Where she stated that yeah, it's hardly noticed. I think the better one would be Pat Carlin in this case. The better one would be Pat Carlin's view because yeah, because I just think it's more applicable. I think it's more applicable. But if you're going to like look at like if there's a question that states that women commit less crimes than men, you would mention Pollack, and then you'd also mention the Chivalry thesis that stated that basically states that women are not treated as being capable of criminality, but are rather treated as victims instead of perpetrators. Just the criminal justice system is more lenient towards women. Mention that if you get like a question that says that women are more likely, are less likely to commit crimes. But then you'd also what you'd also do is you would also what's the name? You would also contradict that with another theory that basically states, I believe that it's Carl Smart, where she says that women commit less crimes than men and they commit less morally heinous crimes than men. That is mainly due to the fact that there is less need for social control of women in terms of men. And they're also saying that it's also maybe due to the fact that the androcentric gaze and that female criminals are less focused upon by criminologists. And I believe that there's also a view, I can't remember who it is by. I think it's by Murdoch. No, it's not by Murdoch. I think I'll look for it. Give me a second. Give me a second. Because there is a view that states that a woman, they don't have the time to commit crime as frequently as men because of like the pressures of society and the pressures of socialization. But that is in the case where you're talking about like a feminist view and speaking about like a woman, I speak about like women being unable to like probably like that if there was probably like a question that spoke to like women being less likely to commit crime than men. But yeah, that's not what this question is talking about. So let me go to the point. Effectiveness. I would say that it's not very effective. Caribbean institutions haven't been very effective. You mentioned that the crime rate is up. Not very effective. You bring up statistics to show. And I'm gonna send you guys this document, the statistics document, where they mention that. Well, let me find Jamaica's mortality rate. Yeah, that Jamaica's death rate is 6.3 per 100 people. Like, I think that's pretty high, to be honest, because most countries. He also mentioned the fact that Jamaica was I'm in a report. Jamaica is like the deadliest country in Latin America. Let me just find the statistics so I can add it here. Jamaica, deadliest country in Latin America. Okay. Yeah. In a 2021 report, 2021. Which one? 2021. This question, in terms of curbing this crime, yeah, you'd mention it. We'll get to that. So you could, because basically, you know, when you speak in status frustration theory and strain theory, in especially well, you also mentioned in social control, let's say social control theory. Social control theory, you would mention the attachment, the commitment, involvement, and belief. That's where you'd also have the education, legal system, and family. But I was also mentioning in terms of not being very effective. This is for your statistics. This is for your statistics in the sense where to support you saying that it's not very effective. So you have the fact that Jamaica was deemed deadly. What is this? That Jamaica tops Latin America and Caribbean in homicides. Jamaica top. And Caribbean in homicide. But yeah, of Caribbean institutions. But it's in that you'd go into that, so you'd go into strain theory, mainly social control theory, in the sense where you're looking at the effectiveness of Caribbean institutions. You'd mention the family here. You'd mention your education here. Yeah. And you'd look at the belief system in terms of the legal system. So when I'm speaking about like your belief in like societal rules, who gives a lot of the societal rules? The legal system, because the legal system tends to like criminalize behavior. So the legal system, they give us at least a framework for us to show like what type of behavior is acceptable, what type of behavior is not. So that's where it also speak about that. And these are just basically statistics to support that it's not very effective in curbing it. And then two policies that you could bring. I know that Trinidad has this program where if you drop out of school, I believe you're supposed to enroll in the military. So let me just look that up to be clear. Okay. Oh, I don't think that's side, not the husband. Yeah. Oh, man. Oh. But yeah, so mandatory military training for expelled students. So you would implement that. They could implement that. And the reason why I wanted to use something that was already in place is just because you have a chance of like substantiating it and justifying it in the sense that you can show that it works. Because in this one, I assume that it's tried, tested, and proven as something that would work. This is So here is social control theory. I'm gonna just differentiate it, as this is where you would okay. Mm. You could also use the labeling theory. So in terms of you saying that it's not very effective, in terms of you saying that it's not very effective, you could use the labeling theory, because remember in the labeling theory you have Caribbean society where they go and they stream you into to place students into different streams, and students tend to like reflect the views of the stream, in the sense that, for example, if you're put into a stream with like students that do better in school, you'd be more inclined to do better in school. Meanwhile, if you're in a stream with students that don't necessarily do well in school, you'd be more inclined to not necessarily do well in school. So you'd use the labeling theory and you show how the education system has like not been very effective in curbing this type of crime. But and in this sense, would you use all of the institutions? Yeah, but you can just be not necessarily brief, but you don't have to like give this big rundown. You can just show using social control. So you'd mention the family in social control theory. You'd mention the legal system in terms of them aiding in belief, right? You'd mention what would you also mention? You would mention education. That is where you would bring up labor theory, but you'd also use education in social control theory in terms of involvement and in terms of involvement and in terms of commitment. And then for mass media now, you would also mention social control theory. I think you could also mention social control theory. But even then, I think you could also show mass media in terms of, well, not necessarily, I don't think mass media would be best used in social control theory. I think you could show mass media using like any of these, because mass media, they're basically promoting the ideals of society. So you could mention how the mass media hasn't necessarily being effective in curbing this type of crime, because they promote it, and they also have like harmful shows where they promote, you know, gang activity, and they also promote, like, for example, Snowfall. Yeah, Snowfall. There's this other show, it's like a British Jamaican show, and I'm pretty sure it's a drug situation, but you could use Paul. Yeah. What is show?
Miss know what you're but I just remember it out of my top of
Yeah, I don't remember the show either. I'm going to find out about.
I think I Jake make it.
I'm not sure about drones. Hold on. It can't be so far. Oh, Top Boy. Yeah,
Top boy, top
yeah,
boy.
love that. Thank you. Tutor, family, education. Let me just specify education, commitment. Belief. Payment for education. Your education. You'd also mention trade theory, mass media. And you'd explain how they promote somewhere. Then you could also mention, so both ways, mention of criminal activity to achieve goals. Boy,
They say so the
boy.
string theory again, the string theory,
Oh, that's by Robert Merton. And the argument is essentially that due to that basically society lays out its goals and the appropriate means to achieve these goals. And so the recommended way to do so in terms of normality as seen in strain theory is conformity. And those types of people who like are bad in terms of conformity are like professionals, right? And then what the argument is that in strain theory is that because people can't necessarily achieve the goals, this leads to frustration, which leads to various types of deviance. And so those various types of deviance, you have innovation, which is where the people accept the goals, but they reject the appropriate means. And this is where you see like criminal activity starting to take place. This is where you see the formation of gangs. Then you have ritualism, where you have these people who are they reject the goals or they abandon the goals, but they go through the appropriate means because they don't want to commit crimes, and these are usually middle class people. Then you have retreatism, which is where these people they reject both the goals and the means due to some type of life situation. So this is where you would have your crofts, right? And these are also people where you have like so you have your crofts here, you have your drug addicts. They're not the same, guys. A croft and a drug addict are not the same, right? Not the same. So you have your crofts here, you have your drug addicts here, you have bobo shanties. Yeah, those are people that you would have there. And then in terms of rebellion, these are people where they reject and abandon both they reject both the means and the value, and they want to create their own thing, their own society. And so this is where you have like political radicalists, religious fanatics, and you have your terrorists. And I think you guys need to remember like the difference between innovations and rebellions. You have like the innovation, these people still accept the goals of society. Meanwhile, in rebellion, they don't. Yeah. So that is it. And also, you also have to look at the fact that I would say that rebellion is like a higher form of like, it's like a much higher form of innovation just to like to provide you with a better understanding. So in the both of them, you're still committing crime. But in one of them, it's way more extreme. In other one, you have like these people are trying to like they're literally trying to create their own type of society in the middle of society, and it causes complete chaos. Meanwhile, in innovation, you just have like gang activity. So these people, they're trying to achieve the goals of society, but they're just not going through the regular means. You guys understand that? But did you understand that?
explain again, miss.
Repeat?
But I go for repeat.
Oh, which part? All of it?
Yes, so there's something there, yeah.
Okay, what I said is that strain theory essentially speaks to the fact that society lays out its goals and the means to achieve those goals. And you have people who are there and because they're not able to achieve their goals, or they don't necessarily have the means to achieve those goals, this causes frustration, and this causes various level of deviance. So you have innovation, you have what's the name? You have innovation, you have ritualism, you have retreatism, and you have rebellion. I remember that the first part of strain theory is conformity. And this is basically where the people go through the appropriate means and they strive for the goals of society. So yeah.
Miss, I have a question.
Yeah.
Could you please explain the Pat Carlin feminists, please? I don't really understand it.
Okay. So basically what Pat Carlin is saying is that women commit crime due to the breaking of class and gender deals. So a class deal is basically that you work hard and you get money, right? You get paid so you can buy things. Gender deals now is that you get physiological and material rewards in exchange for relying on the labor of male breadwinners, right? So this is probably like in the sense where you're probably like a stay-at-home wife in this situation, or you're a wife, or you're essentially not even just a stay-at-home, you're a wife, right? And you're relying on the labor of your male breadwinner. So like even if and remember the breadwinner is just basically the person that made the most money. So like you could be working, but you don't necessarily have to be working a job that's like more than your husband needs, right? So you're essentially relying on your husband's labor for like the majority of like the household, like to pay the bills and them type of thing there, right? And what Carlin states is that when your class deal is broken, which is that the promise of decent wages was not materialized, right? When that happens, they're saying that leads to crime. So that's similar to basically what you see in strain theory and status frustration theory, right? That is basically what you see. And then now, in terms of when gender deals are broken, this is basically when a woman becomes a victim of an abuse. Because remember, you're supposed to get, the logic is that you're supposed to get psychological and material rewards in exchange for relying on the labor of the male breadwinner. So you're supposed to get protection, you're supposed to get, money, you're supposed to be able to be like, protected in your household. Basically, the idea is that the system of patriarchy is supposed to work in your favor. So a woman is supposed to be there taking care of the house. She's protected by, the man, by her husband, and he gives her and he takes care of the bills and everything. That's the logic. Like, in terms of like it's basically a patriarchal view that a woman is there and she fulfills her stereotypical role as a woman and she's supposed to be granted the benefits, right? But then what they're saying is what Pat Carlin says is that basically when this gender deal is broken, such as when a woman becomes a victim of abuse, this leads to crime. How does this lead to crime? So you have people, say you have like women probably like planning to kill them husbands, right? So you have, or a woman, or like provocation, like for example, women committing manslaughter, and you have provocate, and you have provocation, right? As an element that's there because of the abuse, you can this can lead up and this can amount to provocation, right? And so she may end up killing the husband, which is a crime. So that's basically what Pat Carlin is saying. So there's like two ways that she's saying. If we break class deals, which is that you don't get the promise of decent wages that you were supposed to get when you enter the workforce. So you do your hard work and you're supposed to get your money. But when you don't get your decent wages, you might do a crime. Strain theory, just like use that to support with the strain theory, as seen in the strain theory, or this is supported in the strain theory. You can do stuff like that, guys, also. Like, you don't have to like put everything individual. You can just say like, this is also seen in the strain theory, or this is also seen in status frustration theory. But yeah. And then in gender deals now, like I said, when a woman becomes a victim of abuse, she don't get the benefits of patriarchy that she was supposed to get. That leads to crime as well. So, do you understand that? All right.
Yes, miss. Thank you.
Okay, great. So, yeah. But yeah, I would basically, so my stance is essentially that it's not very effective. You don't have to put it on. I would say that you'd put it up here more. Let me just copy and put that. But yeah. But then, and then you could, so why I said strength theory for mass media works both ways is because they have promotion of criminal activity to achieve societal goals. You also have people promoting like societal norms, and you also have promotion to report crimes. So like you have Crime Stop. Crime Stop in Jamaica is actively trying to encourage people to report crimes. You know, you have TikTok where things where like things that are, you know, going against the societal norms, you know, people criticize them. So you have criticism. Other way, hold on, other way. Criticism of criticism of deviant behaviors. Yeah, so report crime. But yeah, they have the Crime Stop social media page. Are very active, so they encourage people. So it could work in both ways. So you have the mass media, they encourage you, they showcase criminal activity, but you also have the mass media. They also criticize and they also oppose criminal behavior. So for example, in TikTok, you have when the Palestine and Israel conflict was happening, well, it's still happening. When in the beginning, when it was happening, people were there and there was like many videos, you know, of people, you know, what would the term be? Criticize. I'm gonna say criticizing for lack of a better term. Criticizing and opposing what was happening, you know. So that criticism, you know, is due to the fact that, you know, values, people are showcasing the values of society and they're not in support of values of things occurring outside of the values of society. I also have in the encouragement of people to report crimes. For example, in Crime Stop, you have and this is the explanation you would give, you know, you wouldn't just put Crime Stop. You would say that, like, for example, the Crime Stop social media page that is operated by the Jamaican Constabulary Force. You have that they have an active social media page that encourages people to report crimes, report crimes and to report crimes. Yeah. So that type of stuff. And through encouraging people to report crimes, people are aware of what like crimes would not be acceptable in society. And this is how you'd also bring up strength theory. So because you don't want to disappoint your family and you're deemed to be plastered all over the place and crime stuff, you wouldn't commit the activity. So you wouldn't commit criminal activity. So yeah. So stuff like that. Everything is linked, guys. But it's fine. You guys can do it. But yeah, so back to the policies now. So the first policy would be mandatory expenses as seen in Trinidad in PNP. What would be another policy that you guys would recommend? Or do you guys have more policies other than this one? Also, guys, if you guys aren't in the group, please send your number. Yes, please send your number so I can add it. I'm gonna send things. But yeah, so does anyone have any recommendation of a policy that could be used? No. Oh, hold on, let me read the chat. Oh, that's the thing.
What about education programs?
Education programs or something?
Of youth activity initiatives like after school initiatives, those type of programs.
Okay, yeah. So you probably what you would like, are you saying like probably like a mentorship program or like a after school enrichment program or something like that?
Like technical vocation, yeah, health
Okay.
and fitness as well, sports.
So it's still like curb crime. So like probably like encouragement of, but is that a policy though? I don't necessarily like a policy. I think that would be like being part of a policy. Because they do have that though. They do have after school activities. They do have after school activities. So probably you need a policy that would allow for that as well. Because they do have after school programs and they do have discuss that you'd propose. They do have but I could put it as one of the policies. Okay. So this is just like an option. So after school enrichment program. You would have technical education activities after school. I know that Georges has this thing where students, and Georges is a high school in Jamaica, and basically what they do is if like students are suspended or they do like for example, if you break something, they would have you like for like I remember the teacher was saying that if you build like if you break like a door, they would make you build back the door, come back on your Saturday and build back the door. So yeah, so probably you would have probably a policy could be you get it you get rid of out of school suspension. They have they eradicate out of school suspension in the sense where you go home, they do a suspension at home instead, and so you replace it with in school suspension. So you don't have any out of school suspension, you just only have in school suspension, and then you speak to the benefits of that. Yeah, rejuvenation rehabilitation programs for delinquents. So yeah. So you have four right now. And then you guys would just speak how they would benefit people. You would mention the different types of series in case it wasn't obvious. So basically, you would say like justify what you're saying. And bear in mind, the majority of the essay, I think the bulk of the essay you would be discussing the policies, right? So basically, you would explain it some more. You'd mechanize it kind of, the different policies. Then you would go, I think it's pretty obvious of how we'd mechanize this. So if you're expelled from school, you have to undergo like 6 months of military training, after school enrichment programs. So you have a requirement probably for the, let me just separate them. Discuss 6 months. Training. You have to mandatory training. Again, and brain right for this, I don't know if this is what they're doing in TNT, but this is like a mechanization of the policy. So, yeah, training in order to leave the program. Or involved in a new school or involved like or working with the so after school enrichment program. And so how you would want to use social control theory in this in how like this would benefit and how this would tackle the issue. But even then the people are not able to tackle this issue because they also want to like tackle the issue. They also want to tackle the issue we're speaking about, like the main reasons behind youth crime. The main reason behind youth crime. So you also have in terms of like you can use social control again. So use social control for you to show how this works. You could also speak. But yeah, how would these tackle youth crime in the sense that they can't achieve the goals? I mean, my logic would be that you encourage them. Well, before I even say that, how would you guys think that the policies would tackle the issue of youth crime? So we know that a huge part of youth crime is because, if you look at Travis Hirsch's statement, well, his theory, and then when you also look at strain theory, how would these policies that you guys list help the issue? How would you guys say they tackle the issue? Guys?
Yes, Miss Mayor.
Oh, I was saying, how would the policies tackle the issue?
Miss, those policies, those policies are going to be some solutions we can solve.
Okay. So in a sense that you're looking at the main reasons, I think that if you're looking at this, what you would want to do, so I mean, you already examine the reasons for crime, the effect here, strain theory, status frustration. So essentially, it's because they're not able to achieve the goals. So I guess what you would say in these things is that they'd educate the students to what did the logic mean? That they would educate the students in order to let me word this well. So I guess the logic would be that the policies would tackle this issue because, yeah,
For the school
yeah,
enrichment one,
that's essentially it. So that's essentially for that, the rehabilitation of it. I was trying to feel like a general thing, but I think you're just gonna have to like some here.
hello?
Yeah. Hi.
Hi. For the school enrichment program, you asked how we can tackle crime. Maybe it would give the students or the youth something to do instead of going to crime. Like it makes them more busy or
Yeah.
give them something to focus on instead of the illegal or criminal activities that they yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. So for this, you literally just use social control theory. And I just explained that using the social control theory, attachment and commitment, attachment, commitment. But even in this, like, I think now that I'm looking at it, they ask for the policies. I think that you would be best off using social control theory and strain theory, just like overall. It'd be best off using social control theory and strain theory. Because like remember the whole essay is not about like the main reasons behind crime, Like, but yeah. And then get rid of it of out of school suspension. Yeah, explain this in social control theory as well. Because what you don't want them to do is not be able to be at home, not being productive. So you allow them to increase their attachment, increase the commitment, increase the involvement while they're at school. Because when you have them at home, they're not doing anything for the essay. I think the recording will be uploaded. I'm not sure if people can just receive it. I'm pretty sure it's gonna be uploaded somewhere. But guys, if you guys are not in the WhatsApp group, just send your numbers, please. Because I don't have. Also, if somebody has a link to the WhatsApp group, please just send it. Because I don't have the link to the WhatsApp. So yeah. If I can add people. But yeah. So for this, you'd use your social control. The reason why I say for this, I think you just like be better off using social controls here because when you have your policies that you're supposed to discuss, right? When you're looking at your policies that you're supposed to discuss, right? If you're looking at in terms of policies, you can't necessarily a lot of the things you can't. I'm not really sure how effective a policy you'd be able to develop to encourage students. So let me word this well. So like the whole point for strain here and social frustration is essentially they can't achieve the goals of society, right? A lot of the reasons because they're too poor. No, a lot of things that people think about doing is like giving them money, but that wouldn't be really effective. So, and the thing is that you don't want to like be too hell-bent on doing the different theories in terms of like one that isn't the main thing. The main thing that's to discuss school policies. That's the main thing that you're supposed to do. So you don't have to spend too much time on examining the reasons. Like you're obviously going to examine the reasons, but you don't want to like make that take up the majority of your time for you to be unable to like do your policy. But yeah, so that's what I would change it to. Now looking at it. But yeah, get rid of out of school suspension. So essentially, you could just explain it all. I think that's what I was trying to say in the beginning. You could explain all of these policies in terms of social control theory, in the sense that when you have mandatory military training for expelled students, attachment, commitment, involvement, you're reinforcing the belief system into them. Afternoon enrichment programs, attachment, commitment, involvement, you're reinforcing the belief, or you're enforcing the belief in the social rules. Get rid of out of school suspension. So this increases their attachment and their involvement, because when you, the logic could be that because when you send them out of school to do and have them so do they serve the suspension at home, what happens is that they're more likely to probably like not come back. But while if you have them at school and you have them doing something productive, there's less time for them to commit crimes, to possibly commit crimes, because the logic could be they could be committing crimes during the suspension. Yeah. Social control theory is Hershey's theory. But yeah. So this feels very much like a social control theory situation. But yeah, that's why you read the questions, guys. Yeah. Okay, so you would explain why it would curb the crime. After you state that, listen, crime is basically due to a lack of attachment, whatever. And then you mention strain theory, where they're unable to attain the goals of society. You can mention that, listen, through having these policies, right, and having them have attachment, right? For example, we had the one where the after school enrichment program, when they learn a skill or they're like more involved in school, they're more likely to stay in school, right? When they stay in school, they're able to receive the education, able to probably go into higher education, upward mobility, meritocracy, all of that lovely thing, yeah. Because education is the it's the vehicle that allows it's the main vehicle that allows for people to have upward social mobility, right? So that's going to be an overall thing. So you're going to be allowing these students to stay back in school. They're going to be more attached to the school environment. So, and there's going to be like, and the logic is when they're more attached to the school environment, more committed, more involved, all of those things, they're less likely to drop out. They're less likely to drop out. And yeah, they're less likely to drop out and commit crimes and do all of that stuff. And that's why you would curb that situation. And you'd also curb the situation with status frustration, because these students would be there and they would be able to empower themselves and earn money so that they could go through legitimate means to go and earn. They could go through legitimate means to have the values of society, to meet the values of society, rather than through the, deviating from the means that they're going by. So yeah, stuff like that. And then in this one, yeah, you bring up the statistics that, and to support your argument, you would bring up the statistics, or at least the information from what Jamaica Gleaner, that is basically stating that the majority of crime is committed by unattached low-income males. So yeah. And then in module 3, view that you are not defined by your circumstances. But yeah. So in this part, you would state what the cycle of poverty is. Then you would mention so in this. You would say that it opposes, because you guys know that it's like let me type it. Yeah. So it opposes because cycle of poverty is that people essentially logic in cycle of poverty is that if you're born into poverty, you're going to stay there. And that's essentially the logic. And that is due to like a whole bunch of different things which we're gonna get into. So opposite states that people born in poverty, poor people. Oh, I forgot to ask. Is everyone clear on this? Everyone clear on this?
Yes, miss.
Okay, great. So cycle of poverty tries to stage that and you'd also define poverty here, guys. And you would use the absolute definition because again, it's difficult to define poverty, and the general definition a lot of people state is like deprivation of well-being. But you would use in this sense, you would use the absolute definition of poverty. I'm sure that's at least okay, you know what, I'm going to type it out and not assume anything. But just to have it on the recording, the absolute poverty refers to an individual's inability to afford basic goods and their services. Services. Inability. So yeah. You know, but if it opposes the view, because the cycle of poverty states that poor people have a distinct hinders. In essence, the view or poverty. Yes, their lives in poverty. That's basically what it is. So but yeah. You will look at the main causes of poverty. So you could look at
Sorry, would you go to the culture of poverty?
hi, repeat that please.
Would you mention to the culture of poverty?
Yeah, that's what I mentioned. Oh, that's what I mentioned here. The culture of poverty. This is what I meant by the cycle. I had read the thing. But yeah, also guys bear with me, I'm a little tired. So yeah, so you would mention there. This is where you would mention it. You'd also mention it probably like deep down into in your body, just for like points in assessing the main causes of and the possible implications. And you also look at cultural deprivation theory that was postulated by Pierre Bourdieu. I hope that's it, how you pronounce his name. And also make reference to the Marxist perspective on poverty. And so you look at in assessing the main causes of poverty in the Caribbean and the possible implications of having the mindset not being defined by one's circumstances. So let me just take your attention to something. But yeah, what do you think that this sentence means? Hold on. Yeah, hold on. What do you think that this sentence means here? But yeah, what do you guys think that this sentence means?
The disadvantages of being defined by one's circumstances.
Not really, but basically what it's saying, is that what are the implications that your mindset wouldn't be different. The mindset of not being different. So basically, is that what would you be? What would you're looking at basically how a person would behave in terms of like them not being defined by the circumstances, right? So it'd be rebutting culture of deprivation of poverty, see right here. So you would also want to look at so in terms of the main causes of poverty, I personally would recommend looking at the Marxist perspective because I think it makes sense where they're saying you look at the Marxist perspective and you could also look at the functionalist perspective in terms of like the possible implications of having mindset not being defined by one's circumstance. So you'd be looking at how a person would behave in the sense that they don't feel limited or not necessarily limited. Limited is not the word. But they don't necessarily feel that they cannot achieve due to their circumstances. So a great example could be both. You could mention that both was there and both was poor and both ended up being like one of Jamaica's superstars because he achieved, and that would be in terms of meritocracy. But let me that's just me throwing out information there. So yeah. So in assessing, so it opposes the cycle of poverty. Let's see how it opposes the cycle of poverty, the culture, of poverty. You want to know why? Because the culture of poverty basically refers to a cycle still. So yeah. So discuss this notion by assessing. And then you'd basically use Marxist perspective to show the main causes of poverty. So exploitation. It's basically proletariats are exploited. You also in this, you'd give yourself a brief synopsis of the Marxist perspective. So yeah. So the Marxist perspective, to show the main causes of poverty, essentially, which is that people. So because of the hoarding of wealth, essentially, people are on the majority of the working class, is left in power, is left impoverished. Essentially, that's basically the argument. You'd in this case, I think you could mention the you could mention the culture of you'd mention the culture of poverty. I think you'd also use the Marxist perspective. You show the main causes of poverty, essentially. So you'd look at unemployment. Yeah. What did I say? What I was saying? So you look at exploitation, and that is in the form of low wages. You would look at what they say about the large family size. All of this you would link it back to how they lead to poverty, how they lead to poverty. Because when you have a large family size, you have more people to have to be able to take care of, issue. There's an issue with that. You have inflation. Well, so you also have unemployment, and then you'd mention the culture of poverty, and this would lead you into culture of poverty. Poverty and cultural deprivation theory. But I remember in culture of poverty, they mentioned that. So let me put this up of the thing. Also, are you guys following, by the way? Are you guys following so far? Does it make sense?
Yes, miss.
Okay, great. Because don't be afraid, guys, to say things that deviate from already, Because for example, in this, we were just like in the beginning when I was saying that it could speak to strain theory, such as frustration and delinquency. I should have mentioned that you could have put that you should have like initially started off with social control theory. I just put it in there because social control theory is more applicable here. Because why is it more applicable here is due to the fact that if you want to do policies that deal with youth crime, at least for the most part, you'd have to speak to it in the sense of being like attachment, commitment, involvement, and belief, right? Because at the end of the day, it's not like you can add the majority of like successful policies. It's not like the logic can be that you just give these students the goals that they so desperately want to achieve that they're achieving through unscrupulous means. The best one would be to like have them, yes, you guys will be getting access to the document. The best one would be that you have access to things that allow you to involve your societal ties and social bonds. So don't be afraid to like say things, guys, because it might be applicable. Also, guys, and this is why I encourage you to read the questions. Read the questions clearly, but not necessarily that you'd be fully wrong, But it's just that better off to start off with social conscious here, but anyways. Culture of poverty. So in this now you will mention the fact that so you will mention the fact that fatalism, but in this sense, main causes of poverty. But because of poverty is a reason why there's poverty in the Caribbean, no? So you have like fatalism, but then you can also mention, yeah, so you have like fatalism, a sense of fatalism, sense of hopelessness, helplessness. Future orientation, focus, vision. So, but yeah, so you mentioned like how this involves you being involved in poverty, the kind of substance, admit to kind of substantiate it. You could use what I believe it was Terry Long where he said that the majority of Jamaicans they don't want to work. Well, let me find it. Jamaican. Okay. So you have let me find what Terry Long says. Yeah. Is it Terry Long or somebody? Because I'm not, there's not a guy, you know. That ain't not to go off in Florida. I mean, what I mean, politician, that Jamaican and new yes. Yeah, Crawford, Damian Crawford, yeah. For meetings in the meantime, while a child has one parent, no, okay, okay. Give me a second. Let's need to find the substantiated and find the document, the thing. Because I remember he mentioned this, you know, I just cannot find an article that speaks about it so that you guys can have it, so you guys can write it. Okay, I think this would be it. Anyways, so the point is essentially that you would see that, so that for this you would see, let me admit you guys to do. But with this, they have Crawford that says that, they have, for example, many of the constituents in Damian Crawford's constituency have not necessarily had the best reaction to him, have rejected him in a sense, because he would rather speak to empowerment issues, in the sense that like giving you things to do so that you can empower yourself, rather than not things, the tools to empower yourself rather than a handout. So you have that. You also have repeat.
I said, yes, miss, you're right, miss, because him normally believe in the philosophy say. I'm rather Senegal art, I make you learn trade, but We as
Yeah.
Jamaicans generally depend on what wants where you can give it now. We want to eat right now. We're not busy about the future.
Exactly, 100%. That is it now. So that's what you use to substantiate the culture of poverty. You would also use the fact that in terms of immediate gratification, I think you could mention to support that one of the theories. So you mentioned that a lot of the times they would prefer to receive the money now rather than they'd prefer to receive the money now rather than actually having to work for it. So they'd rather steal somebody's car. People would rather steal somebody's car rather than working for it. But yeah, so you'd mention say how politician Damian Crawford mentioned what is it? That many of his constituents have rejected him. That many of his constituents reject him. Oh, this are coming. No, this is not a 2023 people. This is not a 2023 people. But these have things to do with the 2023 people. Because let me show you. Right? 2023 paper is about alteration of like I would say that the 2023 paper is a bit softer because this you could just talk about Malthusian theory and your Malthusian theory. Then you can also if you want to you can mention here you can mention what's the name development. You could mention a development theory, which is what I said, guys. If in certain situations if in certain situations try and at least force a development theory and vice versa. If you can try to at least always try to mention a development theory and a population theory always. Any prediction? No. But yeah, and in this one, need for Caribbean criminology in assessing the mainstream theories. This is basically you critiquing the series, like what we did. Because basically if you have the knowledge of the series, you're good. So for example, with this, you would need Caribbean criminology because your argument would be that these theories, all of these theories do not are not that applicable to the Caribbean, right? Not all of them, but some of them. And then you could even say that we don't need, and you could conclude the fact that we need it, but you can also conclude the fact that you don't need it because it's applicable. So, and in this, you can't just go crazy. That's what I did. This is the paper that I did. I just went crazy with all of the different theories. So I mentioned the biological perspective. I mentioned strain theory. I mentioned what was it? Mentioned strain theory. I mentioned status frustration. And then I think I said that though they aid in helping us to understand, we still need Caribbean criminology so we can have like a better understanding of like why these things happen or why individuals commit crime more in like a Caribbean sense rather than one being developed off of like American and Western ideals. So yeah. And I just basically my argument for this was based off of me critiquing the different theories. In terms of me predicting, honestly, population change. Honestly, I don't really have much of a prediction because the thing is, you see when you do sociology, anything can go any type of way. What I mean by that is that you can literally force anything in an essay. Like for example, you can mention indicators of development. You can mention indicators of development, indicators of poverty. You can do all of that. Like you can literally do all of that. So but I wouldn't assume that they'd be giving you guys this answer. So yeah, because for what I did for this is, I basically stated that none of the theories gave like a full explanation in regards to, why crime occurs in the Caribbean. Why crime occurs in the Caribbean. Because though, status frustration, there's no indicator of like why white collar crime happens. So they don't go into that. So it's not that they're saying why white collar crime happens in terms of status frustration. And and my entire argument was that we need Caribbean criminology so that we can have a better understanding of crime in the Caribbean and an understanding that is not based off of, Western ideals or Western views So yeah, that was basically it. So as you guys can see, that this paper is like, it's not that difficult. Like, cause this question is basically like what we've been doing so far. Status frustration. You look at all the different views, critique them. If you can, and you can say why there is no need. You could say that. This. I'm just showing you guys the 2023 paper. We practically already did this. Like we discussed the population theories in depth. We mentioned demographic transition theory in the other something. That's why I said, guys, all you really have to do for sociology is just like have an understanding of this theory and like the indicators of development and poverty and them type of thing, and you will be fine because you can use it anywhere for anything. You can just stick it in, literally, you'll be fine. Because does this paper look that difficult? Look at the question. Well, for me, in terms of predictions, I don't have the many predictions, but what I would say is that I think it is important to also know the development theories and the indicators of development in case they want to ask you that. Because just in case they want to throw that in there, because they have asked like an indicator of development question. Not saying that that's why you must study, because you also need a different theories for that. I'm just saying. But also don't neglect indicators of development and your indicators of poverty. Don't neglect those. For criminology, for crime, I think you should just, I don't really think that they're not that creative with crime, to be honest with you, Like, I'm not trying to be awful, but like for the majority of things for crime, there's only so many different ways that they could ask you a question. Like for example, weed, with population and development, they could ask you like a strict population question and legit barely anything on development. Or they could ask you like a straight development question and barely anything on population. With criminology, there's very rare times that the other parts would not be involved. Also, what I would say, since I haven't seen it a bit, this is not a prediction. This is just me telling you guys to reinforce information so that you guys can, Yeah, because again, I don't really know, to be honest with you, and I don't want to tell you guys things, and then you guys study it, and then it don't come on the exam. Like, but I would say, in terms of this, also look at the interactionist perspective of crime. Also look at the feminist perspective on crime as well, because I have not seen a question on interactionist perspective on crime, and they may bring it because at times Cape does that. At times they feel creative some years, and at times they don't, and you never know when it's gonna be your year. Like, for example, my year last year, in terms of Carib studies, they asked us about negritude. I have never seen a question about negritude on that paper. And well, in terms of the Carib studies paper, I had never seen a question on negritude prior to me doing that exam. But I studied it, because I had to do so. I hadn't seen a question on it. And the same thing, they had not
They
asked
said
us.
this, they said they did it last year.
Repeat.
They said they did it last year.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. As I'm saying, like this paper, like, what do you guys think about this paper? Because I thought it was manageable. What do you guys think? Because I think you guys could answer.
It's not
What
bad
do you
actually.
guys think?
It's not bad actually.
Exactly. That's what I'm saying. This is exactly, because what this, in discussing it, you could say that there is no need, there is a need. I said that there was a need, but you could say that there was no need. And the sole reason for me saying that there was a need was solely because I was saying that we need to focus on Caribbean crime, and they don't go into certain crimes that are like, for example, the different series, they don't go into certain crimes that are like heavy in the Caribbean, like sexual assault and like murders.
What I mean by
Wait,
criminology. Where's the Caribbean criminology? You don't want to talk about the crime, right?
Repeat that, please. Repeat.
Yes, I'm saying when they're talking about the Caribbean criminology, they are speaking of the crime, which
Yeah.
borders the Caribbean.
Yeah, because remember, criminology is basically a study of crime. So it's basically the need for Caribbean, basically a Caribbean study of crime. And in terms of when you're looking at the mainstream theories of crime, my whole argument, I use a different theories, but my whole argument was legit about the fact that none of the theories go into like the reasons for the crimes that are prevalent in the Caribbean, such as like murder and sexual assault, which are not necessarily crimes of necessity, right? Or crimes because you deviated from, because you can't achieve the standard of society. None of them really go into that. Like, why is sexual assault so high? And so that's what I was saying in terms of mine, but you could say it wasn't. But and that's why you guys need to apply things as well. Remember, you're always having to answer the question. So you need to remember that it's not about just having the information. You need to know why the information, you need to have an understanding of why the theory is the way that it is. Because, for example, this isn't necessarily a thing that would have been like necessarily taught to you in sociology, right? So it would have been something that you would have to go into the exam and put and apply your own knowledge. And that's what with a lot of the questions, it's like you would kind of have to like apply your own knowledge. So, for example, they don't really, in the critiques of all of the series, they never normally mention, like, the most that you have is like them saying that it don't explain things like, sexual assault. That's the most they would go into saying about the different theories. But like, you'd have to also look at apply to the question. So you'd mention sexual assault in the sense that it's a crime that affects the Caribbean greatly. And then in this now, they're talking about the spread of the coronavirus led to the alteration of mainly corporate health migration policies because of an appeal to persons to work from home and practice social distancing. the lockdown of national borders and the closure of non-essential businesses, critically examine the possible implications of these measures on the environment and the social economic position of persons in low-income households and the Caribbean. So you'd mention the environment, you know, not very difficult in terms of the economic positions in low-income household, culture of poverty. You'd mention how it can emphasize their feelings of hopelessness. You'd mention the fact that they're unable to work. I think you'd also mention the Marxist perspective. In terms of the implication on the environment, you can just mention like just a bunch of different things. Like I believe that the environment improved due to less industrialization. So you could mention that. Yeah. But yeah, back to answering the questions. It's manageable. The Cape 2023 paper is manageable. But just remember, you're always going back to answering the question. Because what I notice is that Cape never normally just like repeats out all the answers. They do things, but you also have to be able to apply it. Also, and back to what I was saying, I would also say that you need to look back on your indicators. Just remember the indicators. Don't forget the indicators. Just in case they want to use it, because I haven't seen an indication person in a while. Not saying that they would use it, but just remember it. Just remember it. So yeah. Back to this now. Reject him because he refuses to give handouts. And policies through which people can empower themselves. You can also mention like, I would say burglary. That is a form of immediate gratification because they get money, but I don't know the statistics for burglary. I think that would be a lot. But you could see. Then in cultural deprivation theory, you would mention the fact that so it was postulated by here Bordeaux. Colleagues by Pierre Bardon, and he said that individuals, okay, the subject that individual. Also, I hope that I'm being clear, guys. If I am just rambling and I'm losing it, guys, please tell me because I tend to do that, and I don't want you guys to not understand what I'm saying and do it, and not get with the information that you need. Are you guys understanding? Am I being clear? Do you guys need further explanation on something? Are you guys understanding?
Yes, please.
Okay, great. But yeah. But like I was saying, just to repeat that for like um, for like this type of questions where they would have mentioned the implication on the environment, we have talked about less pollution, you know, less greenhouse emissions, that type of stuff. Just in case I wasn't clear in terms of the environment. But yeah, that was on my mind to say that. Disadvantage in terms. Yeah, what's up with the people that aren't saying anything? Are you guys not saying anything because it's clear and you guys understand? And I'm not just rambling into like oblivion. Because I really, guys, honestly, I'm really hoping that you guys understand what I'm saying. Because at times I do ramble and I just want to make sure. Because it's like the same set of people that are answering. Fine. Also, guys, remember when you are doing your essays to do like a brief outline, not like this. What I mean is, so for example, to have prevented the issue that we face in this question, where we should have just immediately went into social control theory and then mention strain theory and those other stuff. Because you have to know which theories are more applicable. If you're looking at a policy type of situation, I think the best thing that you always do, you go into social control theory. Why? Because social control theory, to justify it, I think that's the better way. Because when you look at strain theory and status frustration theory, this is all because the people them cannot this is all because the people cannot achieve the general goals of society. They can't are causing frustration, right? And to be honest with you, it's not like you can recommend giving them money because where's the money going to come from? You know, there's too many implications with that. But you can recommend a policy to keep them in school so that they can empower themselves to earn money. Or you could recommend scholarships, you know, having an increase in scholarships so that students from low income areas can go to school and can continue the tertiary education. Let me also put that there. Hold on. I just thought about that. That was good. Sherry. Allocate funding towards funding. Okay. Increase funding for students. Low income students. By low income students because Apply let me just find a statistic here. Also, guys, I haven't seen a question on it as yet. Just remember how you apply information. Because even though it might not be explicitly stated to you, just remember how to apply the information. Remember that population has to do with the environment, right? Remember that crime also has to do with also has social and economic impacts, right? Because for example, with crime, it's social impact. So for example, if there's too much crime, people are gonna migrate. People don't want to stay in a country with too much crime, you know. People are gonna be in fear. You know, you're gonna have probably a lot of people dying. If a lot of people are dying, who's gonna work? Who's gonna work? Who's gonna contribute to the economy? You see? So just remember, yeah, this document is gonna be shared, guys. It's gonna be shared. And I will also give the document with statistics. You know, I'll also give a document with statistics. I'll also give a document statistics so you guys have that. In this now, the view that you are not defined by your circumstances opposes the idea of the cycle of poverty. Discuss this notion in. So back to this. But yes, guys, just remember to always think and link the topics, right? Because you know more than you think, right? So again, in population impacts social welfare, it impacts education, you know. Having too much people in the population can impact your education. Having too many students in the class might lower your teacher, might widen your teacher to student ratio, which is not good, right? You can have strain on, you know, social welfare systems, you know, populate development, but you can also say that like through development, you know, we have increased medical technologies, increased systems in the increased systems, you know, like communication systems, all of those things. Just remember to link all of them, right? Because they're important. I remember crime again, it impacts a lot of things. Social, economic, yeah, impacts those stuff mainly. Crime might even, you know, it can impact the political sphere if you want to go there. Not necessarily, you don't necessarily have to, but I'm just saying, just remember. But yeah. Yes, I'm just doing outlines. And yeah. But yeah, so like I stated, in a policy situation, just always go towards social control theory to justify. Always do that. Because I think it's the better theory out of all of them. But if you're looking at time in terms of like a sole explanation for crime, you would include social control theory, but you'd also look towards strain theory, status frustration, all of these other ones as well. But I'm just saying, if you're looking at it in terms of a policy, in terms of crime, look towards social control theory. I think it's the best one to use. But yeah. Cultural deprivation theory. Back to this. I feel like I'm all over the place sometimes. I'm sorry, guys. My apologies. But the individuals capital, which refers to cultural sources and advantages stable in particular society, and social group. Education, credentials, proficiency. Um, actually, it's okay that we don't want to confidence. Okay. I want to do like a mini poll situation. So how confident do you guys feel now in the exam?
Yeah, I try to get there on this. I know the things but I will just put together. That's why.
Yeah, it's like that.
Yeah, that was the process it, yeah. I get there. Yeah, but I know I get there before exam. Right
That's
now,
good.
what's it?
That's good. Also, guys, let me emphasize again. What is here is our outlines, right? These are outlines. These are not the essay with itself. Also, please remember, you can critique and enforce while you are speaking about a theory. So, for example, if I am there and somebody asks about something on crime, and I think strain theory can be applicable, and I think you can just say that, when you're writing on something for strain theory, probably like innovation, or they're looking at innovation, you can say that the parts of strain theory that Merton put forward about innovation, where people reject the goals and whatever, this is also seen in status frustration theory, where people end up making their own, what's the name? Subcultures, where people end up making their own subcultures because they cannot meet the goals of the society, because they cannot find legitimate, that is delinquency. The point of such frustration, you can state that they make their own groups and their own subcultures because they cannot meet the goal. They're frustrated and cannot meet the goals of society. That's what you can see. So you can just enforce in that way. So it's not necessarily that you have to like separate everything. You can, but like in terms of for timing, you don't necessarily have to separate every single thing. And yeah, I remember, guys, you're always critiquing. You are always critiquing. Yeah. They're always critiquing at some point. So for example, in this, they wouldn't. So for example, if you want to even for this to critique it, you could just mention a functionalist view if you so wish to mention the reason. Even though it's not that applicable, but if you want to critique it. But then even then you're critiquing in here, you'd be looking at the explanation of the effectiveness, that is you critiquing. So yeah. Anyways, you get the point. You're always critiquing, guys, always critiquing. And you guys can just mix and match in the sense that, again, you don't need to have one full paragraph to talk about something. There's certain theories where they borrow off of each other, or they like emphasize certain things. So for example, again, with my example with strain theory, if you get like a question talking about how like crime, how crime occurs in the Caribbean, and you want to speak about strain theory, you can mention the part where it talks about innovation. You can mention that occurs, that a similar thought process is seen in status association theory, where these people, except for like in the sense it's like a collective thing, where instead of like one person doing this, it's like a group of them. Because even in innovation, this is where you see the formation of gangs. So you talk about like the show of posse. You mentioned how status frustration. This is similar in status frustration, where these young boys and they go into these deviant subcultures. And for example, the show of posse, that's, and it supports that argument, and they just continue to explain. Do you guys understand what I'm trying to say, or am I confusing you? Because I feel like I'm kind of all over the place, but not at the same time. I just want you guys to understand. Do you guys understand it? Yes, Kay, you have your hand raised.
For the crime and deviance question, could Thomas Simi's like opinion be used, where he like said that the reason for crime in the Caribbean would be because of poverty and frustration and stuff, to back up what the subcultural theorist says?
Wait, repeat, please.
The whole thing?
Wait, I'm not hearing well.
I was asking if Thomas Simi's opinion on the explanation for crime in the Caribbean could be used with the subculture theorists, because both of them kind of speak on juveniles like turning to a life of crime because of frustration, I guess I could say. And yeah.
Yeah, you could use it. That's what I'm saying, guys. You can't just link it. So, for example, it wouldn't necessarily, for example, so in that case, since that is the case, it wouldn't necessarily have to like give that its own paragraph. You could just probably like use it in you wouldn't necessarily have to use it in its own paragraph. You could just like probably put it in like since you say like it's similar to status frustration, since it's similar to status frustration, you could just link it to status frustration. So for example, in my example with what's her name? With my example in terms of status frustration and strain theory, like again, you wouldn't necessarily have to give it its own paragraph. So you could say this is reinforced in Thomas Sing's perspective, where he articulates that so and so. You get what I'm trying to say? You can just say that a point that you would have said is for like a different theory, how it can be enforced by a different theory, and you showcase that. Do you guys understand that?
Yeah, yes, ma'am.
I say you guys understand it. Also, but yeah, just link the topics, guys. Not link the topics, link the theories. So like, if you're there, for example, you could, I mean, like, and this for like a time purpose situation. Like, for example, if you know, say, for certain questions, you would be like, you know that the better use of the theories would be like a certain set of theories. I would not recommend just itching them into one thing if it's like a sentence, if it's just like a sentence. So for example, if you're looking at the 2023 people, right? I would recommend at least like you could put some of them in the same sentence, but like for the most part, I would recommend you separating the different theories just so that you could have like a full body of an essay. But if I am there, so you could just have a full body of an essay. And even then, even if you link it to another thing, if you have the time, you can also just like give it its own paragraph. So it just depends on the circumstances, right? Because it's an essay. Again, there's no one way how to write an essay. That's why I'm just saying all of these different things so you guys can have an idea of how to write it. There's no one way how to write an essay. But yeah. So cultural capital refers to are available in a particular society or social group, etc. But yeah, no, you'd mentioned that. So again, you'd look at the Marxist perspective to show the main causes of poverty. So remember in your thesis, you would mention what these main causes of poverty are. You'd have to mention what these main causes of poverty are and the possible implications. Thesis. Yeah, I think you have a vacation. You also have online payment. And then I think it's pretty clear how you would have mentioned that in terms of the Marxist perspective. So you would look at the fact that people are, so low wages would refer to the exploitation, right? We already went through that. Large family size, people are encouraged to have many children. So underemployment. I think this would go hand in hand if you were to say with unemployment. So basically, because you have scarce positions, there are more people than there are jobs available. So because of that, you're going to naturally have, when people don't fulfill the roles, when they don't get the position in the scarce position, they're gonna most likely be under or unemployed, right? And this leads to poverty. You state how that would lead into poverty in inflation, as we stated, The like basically the terms of inflation, they can the bourgeoisie essentially can manipulate the price of goods. I'm pretty sure. Yeah. You have to check on it. But yeah. So in this sense, they can manipulate, the bourgeoisie can manipulate the pay market and the sale of goods. So that's what you can look at. Also in terms of inflation. Mhm. Mhm. Yeah. So that's why you mentioned inflation as well. But I'm trying to figure out if that was in the interactionist perspective or in the Marxist perspective. That's what I'm trying to figure out. Interactions perspective. You mess with me. Mm. 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 But you could just mention it in terms of Marxism. But I know that the reason why I wonder is because I know that the interactionist perspective, it has a lot to do, like a lot of it is borrowed in terms of like it speaks to the nature of capitalism. But I think you'd mainly look at it in terms of the Marxist perspective, because Marxist perspective, wealth, accumulation. So yeah, it's just how you argue. So yeah. And then in this, they have cultural deprivation theory. And yeah, so you would use these to show what they say. And then why you would say use these theories when you're looking assessing the implications of having the mindset of not being defined by your circumstances. Because you'd be using this to critique. You'd be critiquing these in order to answer, to look at the possible implications of not having the mindset of not being defined by one's circumstances. So you'd be critiquing this to answer, to respond to this latter part. Do you guys understand what I mean by that? Guys? Hello? Hmm. I think that's it. Pardon. 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 And the critique. Guys, are you guys listening? On.
Yes, miss.
Okay, and you guys understand what's going on?
Yep.
Repeat?
Yeah.
Okay, great. Cause I wanna hope that's why y'all are saying. Like I'm hoping that you guys are understanding what I'm saying. You know,
So I can speak for myself. I understand.
that's fair. That's fair. Yeah. But yeah, it's a critique. But the critique you can use critique, use functionalist view on poverty. And so poverty, person's view on poverty. So you would look at the fact that poverty, that he argues that poverty reinforces notion of a diligent capitalist work. Also, remember the difference theories. Because, like, what if somebody asks you why poverty is beneficial? You'll be looking at the functionalist perspective, and you have to also look at the fact that the functionalist state it allows for job streaming and role allocation. It enforces the notion of a diligent capitalist work ethic. It creates a plethora of low-paying jobs that the middle class and elite benefit from. Not necessarily a benefit, but yeah, you get the point. But yeah, so the benefit of it would be job streaming and role allocation. That would essentially be it. Critique. So this would be in terms of I also think that would also be a benefit depending on how you argue it, that it reinforces the notion of a diligent work ethic. So like the argument behind this, if you were to say if it's a benefit, the argument behind that would be that the poor is a representation of a lack of success, right? So it would remind people of the implications that result from a lack of hard work and policy of skills, essentially. So yeah. And so it's basically used, the phenomenon of poverty is essentially used as a marketing tool to instill a work ethic amongst the wider population. So in this, I would mention that the but yeah, no. And this is not personally, this is angry to you. It's functionally. Okay, so you have meritocracy. The logic behind, what the functionalists believe in terms of education is that, not education, is that essentially that those who are hardworking, that basically poverty enforces meritocracy, because those who are hardworking, they would reap the benefits of their labor, and they'd essentially be the ones who, are rewarded with high paying jobs. Of high paying jobs. So that's basically the idea in terms of that. And so when you critique that, you would mention that, because you would say in terms of meritocracy, you would essentially say that persons who work hard, who work hard, will be rewarded with high paying positions. Mm-hmm. But then this would not be Kansas view, this is Parsons view, Sims view, and so this will be job slash role allocation. Mm-hmm. But yeah, persons who work hard will. Mm-hmm. So that is basically that. So the argument is essentially that if you work hard, you know, so basically the argument is that poverty supports the situation of meritocracy. And then that is how you critique it. So like if I am there and you're using the functionalist perspective to critique cultural poverty and cultural deprivation theory in terms of you're trying to get the possible implications of not being defined by one's circumstances. You could state essentially, you would mention meritocracy in the sense that that person that talk up persons postulated or he put forward that, you know, that poverty is essentially functional as it streams or prioritizes the more functionally important, sorry, workers into higher paying jobs. And it does the opposite for the least functional individuals where a person is poor and they'd be considered someone who lacks skills, competence, and ambition. And so in this regard, you can see how poverty would support the situation of meritocracy due to the fact that essentially if you work hard and you have skill, you develop a skill to become a functionally important person, you would get a high paying job rather than somebody who doesn't, But yeah. So you'd critique that using that because what you would say is that if a poor person, you'd use both. So all of this would be used in support of it. So you could use both or Michael Leachin or you state that these people are people from poor backgrounds. And these people worked hard and they ended up becoming something of themselves. You could even look at the majority of artists in Jamaican society where it's like they work hard. If you want to mention Tommy Lee, I don't know, some other people that you would have assumed grew up poor, you can mention that. So that is how you look at the possible implications of not being defined by your circumstances to answer, to like, but you're using the critique to answer this. Do you understand that? Is that clear? Or you understand? Yeah, which resource? Guys,
Yes, miss.
okay, great. Okay. I'm going to look at the 2022 paper and see if it like deviates a lot from this. But if not, yeah, I know see the 2022 paper deviates a lot from what we've done so far. Because are you guys seeing the screen? Because the most you'd be speaking about this one is in the sense of Caesar Lumberso's perspective, biological perspective on crime. But then you just immediately critique that. And then you'd also be looking at talk up persons not title person, Emil Durkheim's perspective on crime. Because those would be the two main ones that you'd be looking at. You'd be looking at functionalism, and you'd be looking at the biological perspective on crime. And then for this, prevention and control. That one, no, that's a little, but I don't think we have the time. So if anything, I could just do an outline for that on my own and send it. But yeah, so like I was saying, with this one, too definitive. Well, pension people come for right now. Okay. Oh, cool. Oh yeah. So this is how you quickly debate about the possible implications. It's a functionalist situation that you're looking at. But yeah, do you guys think we need to mention anything else here? Also, since what I was thinking, since the interactionist perspective borrows a lot in the beginning from about like poverty, you can just use the Marxist and interactionist perspective to show, just in case you want like another theory, just to show that you know what's going on. Because you guys know that the interactionist perspective is pretty similar in terms on poverty. It's pretty similar in terms of the Marxist perspective, because they argue that poverty is as a result of a deeply structured sources of inequality related to the nature of capitalism. That's essentially what they're saying. It's similar to that of the Marxist perspective. So you can just use that as well. But yeah. And you can look, so you can use the Marxist and functionalist perspective. But yeah. Do you guys think we should add anything else, or is this fine for this outline? Guys, are y'all understanding? Hello?
So far, everything went good.
Yeah.
So you guys don't think we need to add anything else to this? And you guys know the interactionist perspective on crime? You guys understand the interactionist perspective on crime? Because if you don't just like know that it's pretty similar to the Marxist perspective on crime. That's why I said you use the most of them.
Isn't the interactionist Edward Sutherland's theory?
Repeat?
Isn't the interactionist Edward Sutherland's theory?
So, not particularly in terms of poverty. It's mainly like Weber's theory in terms of poverty. At least that's what,
I was talking about crime, sorry.
yeah, Sutherland is crime. But do you guys understand the interactionist perspective on poverty? Though you guys can see why I would say that you would use it to show the main causes of poverty in terms of as well as Marxist. You guys can understand why, or do you guys understand why?
Yeah.
Okay, great. What about everyone else? Do you guys?
Yes, it makes sense.
Okay, great. I guys don't think you need to add anything else. But yeah. So I think with that, if anything, somebody can just remind me to do the last one on this, because you guys know Caesar. Do you guys know Caesar Lombroso's perspective on crime, the biological perspective on crime?
Yeah, I suppose I think it's that's Lambroso or something like that.
No, but yeah, so it's, I just want to know like if you guys have an understanding.
That person's anatomy, makeup, will determine whether they're criminals or not. That?
That's essentially it. And that he mentioned that some people, that essentially the logic was that they had hereditary traits of individuals who have primitive evolution. So that they have, as an example of that would be this unevolved nature was reflected in like different cranium and skill structures and different disposition to most civil humans who have evolved. So you had like different cranium, different skulls. You also had people who would have like an elongated essentially they'd have tails. There's a term for it, but I can't remember it. And so that the logic is that because these people are like unevolved, they would be more likely to commit crime. But but I guess you guys understand like the gist of it. Just remember some of like the factors that he had mentioned in his like what these unevolved people would look like. But yeah, but this I think this is pretty straightforward because we've been doing crime and deviance. So But guys, know that if they say assess, you're not limited to the two perspectives that you mentioned. Remember that you can you're assessing the perspective, but you can assess it with the use of other perspectives. My logic is to at least use four perspectives in each essay. So for example, if I say evaluate the functionalist theory, you're gonna use multiple. Yeah, I'm gonna send it to the group. So guys, just add your numbers, please. Add your numbers. Oh, did you send your number? Okay, I'm gonna add you guys right now. If anything, because I don't want to not remember. And then before
will you be making a WhatsApp group?
There's a WhatsApp group. So if anything, just add your number so I can add you.
Okay, are you seeing my number in the chat?
Oh, I'm gonna look at it. No. You know, I really wish I had access to the WhatsApp link, guys. I really wish I did. See. 76547 75. Just add your numbers, guys. If you don't, just so that I can add the names and numbers, and that I don't forget. But yeah, what I was saying is in terms of Caesar number, so just remember the things that he was saying. Also, he had some characteristics of people that would have been unevolved. So you have an unsatiable, you know, thirst for blood, that type of stuff. But yeah, I'm gonna add you guys in a few. Just please tell me if you guys, I'm gonna tell you guys on an add so that you guys can know. Add. But guys, has this session so far been helpful for you guys in reinforcing at least?
Yes, please.
Because I hope I've been clear, honestly. Because I really want you guys to do well, and I don't want to just be rambling into oblivion. But yeah. So if anything, but yeah, that like I was saying, let me just remember that just because they state that you must use two perspectives in assessing, they assessing two perspectives, or if they like mention one perspective, like for example, the question that we just did, where they mention the culture of cycle of poverty, right? Where they mention that you're not only limited to answer to mentioning those two. And remember that under every single circumstance, you critique. And you critique using either statistics or a theory. And or so you can use a statistics and a theory or statistics and a theory, or like or just like some applicable example somewhere from some reputable source. But mostly just try and critique using your theories. Most likely there is a critique somewhere out there with the that is applicable to at least one of the theories. Because what happens is a lot of the theories were developed because they were critiquing each other. So yeah, just critique with that theory. So for example, when I stated that this is too definitive, this would go into that. Do you guys see how that would work? So you wouldn't say that it's too definitive by itself. You would mention that it allows for that is too definitive and excludes meritocracy. Then you would go and that would lead you into Parsons' view of poverty in terms of allowing for poverty, allowing for meritocracy. Do you guys see how that works? Guys? Or do I need to slow down on what I said? Yes.
Can you repeat, please?
Okay. What I was saying is that when you look at this, when you're critiquing with another theory, Yep. Like, just make sure you critique with another theory. Like, because most likely your viewpoint was reflected in another theory, right? Or like, for example, if you're there, or for example, with this situation where they stated that the need for Caribbean criminology, there's not necessarily a theory to state that there is no emphasis or like statement on what they say for like rape. So for example, when I stated that we need Caribbean criminology because I had critiqued it and stated that there is no the series don't explain why crimes of necessity or crimes of passion happen, right? Well, no, they mention why crime of necessity happen, but they don't mention, sorry, my bad, let me repeat. Basically, when I was critiquing the series, I stated that none of the theories explain why none of them explain why crimes of passion happen, or crimes that don't necessarily have to do with necessity, such as rape or murder, right? Those don't have to do it. Those are not necessarily crimes that have to do with you necessarily wanting to meet the goals of society. You understand? Okay. But yeah, so that's what I did, and there's no theory for that. So like, if there's absolutely no theory, then you can critique it. But most likely there is. But this situation, but you need to use a discernment. So you need to know like whether something is like a completely unique situation like this. This is a completely unique question where like there's no real theory that mentions that. So that's why it's important to use your discernment. Also, guys, look out. I'm gonna be adding you guys to the group, so just please tell me if you guys get it. Give me a second, guys, to look at something. But yeah, so it's important to use the discernment. So where you absolutely know that there is no theory that would have spoken to that, then so, but that is not the majority of the situation. Like, the majority of it, because the whole of my own, in terms of that, was just based off of the Caribbean having unique experiences. But you don't have to say that because you can't. But there's some people that don't necessarily that didn't necessarily put that because their logic is it's already accounted for. Okay, so I'm adding people to the group now. There's some of you guys that I had to send invites to. So just tell me if you guys see it. If you guys are seeing. Okay. But yeah, guys, okay, great. I have no access to the link, guys. I have to add you guys myself. So, so is everyone now in the group? I just want to make sure before I wrap up. I'm gonna wrap up now, guys. I've been talking for a while. I'm pretty sure you guys are tired of hearing my voice. But yeah, like I was saying, guys, so you guys have to use your discernment and you know more than you think, right? And also know that with sociology, okay, hold on, let me add somebody else. Also know that in sociology, you always have to like bring up the other perspectives. My logic is if you can use as many perspectives as possible, but don't overdo it. So for example, if you know, say, two theories are essentially saying the same thing, right? If you know that two theories are essentially saying the same thing, you don't need to kill up your essay with the same thing when there are other things to speak about. Like, and that is only in the event that you know that somewhere, but like in the event that there's some unique contribution to what you want to say, you can add it. But again, you know, it doesn't necessarily have to be in its own paragraph, but it's up for you to use your discernment. You have to know how to apply the information as well. It's always important to just look at okay. Okay. Okay, let me just add somebody else. But yeah, also guys, I'm pretty sure you guys should know my number because I added some of you guys. And if you don't have it, you can see that it's my number would have been like the one that had added a bunch of people a while ago. So yeah, but let me send my number because in case you guys have any questions, I'll be happy to respond. You know. So this is my number. If you guys have any questions, I'll respond. So yeah. So here it is. That's the number. But yeah, like I was saying, just use the discernment. Like for the most part, the different series, they're critiquing another theory. And use the discernment and also remember, like, know the time. Because if you know that multiple theories say the same similar things, right? And they can be reinforced instead of giving them their own paragraphs due to constraint in time, then do that. But you know, expound where you can if you have the time. Just remember that, and I state all that to remember the time. Also remember your application. There's no one way how to do it. I remember to always critique. Okay, let me add somebody else. Yes, guys, just remember, continue to add your numbers to the group, please. Continue to add your numbers to the chat, please. Because I'm gonna wrap up soon. So yeah. And I do not have the WhatsApp group link. So but yeah, if you guys have anything, then you guys just something. What I'm going to do is I am going to I'm probably going to like I'm not going to outline for this. I'm just going to probably like just give more information on the criminal perspective of crime and and this, and I'm going to outline for this because I think you guys should be able to know this because we went through the functionalist perspective on crime. Went through the functionalist perspective on crime, so I think you guys should know this. But yeah, and if you guys have anything that you guys aren't comfortable with, like a topic, and you want me to like explain some more, please don't hesitate to reach out, guys. I'm available. I'm not doing anything. Listen, I don't begin working until later, so I'm here and I'm free. Just message me, and even if I was doing something, guys, I'd still be available because I get it. KF is difficult and it's unique too, and I also know that some of you probably didn't do as well as they wanted to do in Unit 1 and you wanted to do better in Unit 2. And I know that some of you probably did well in Unit 1 and you wanted to do better and you want to do as well or better in Unit 2. So just message me. It's fine. And I don't have like a time limit that you can message. It's fine. Oh, I should probably stop recording now, but but yeah. So does anyone else have to send their number? Need to send their number? Does anyone else need to send their number? Has anyone? Well, but yeah, so I think with that, let me stop sharing and let me stop the recording. Yes.